Hello, and welcome. Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity is a lot of words to say at once when saying the title of a video game. But that's what it is. So, this music was not in the actual game itself, unfortunately. Welcome to the PSP menu. So, Phantasy Star Portable 2, seen here, was actually released in English officially, but we never got Portable 2 Infinity, which added like an entire second story and a bunch of other new stuff. And it wasn't until like fairly recently, like a year or two ago, that a fan translation was completed. So yeah. Who's ready to watch a cool anime intro that'll explain everything you need to know about the game? Citation needed. This is an unofficial translation. Shout out to the Infinity translation team. Are you ready to learn everything you need to know? It's a little less unexpected if you're familiar with the series, because the entire Phantasy Star universe set of games has stuff like this going on. In case you forgot which version of the game you're playing, they remind you a couple times. There it is again. I hope you liked that anime theme, because that's the main menu music for the entire game. It's like the most unnecessarily intense main menu / title screen that exists. Maybe. But if we wait here for a bit, we can see the different anime intro that was part of Portable 2 Regular, because they also put that in here. A lot of the scenes are shared between them, but it's also still worth seeing the old one. It has a different song and everything. Also, we get to hear the rest of the music. Well, that was Anime 2. This is Anime 1, the prequel, that we're about to see soon. There's probably a lot I could explain about Phantasy Star universe and such while I'm here as a little intro, but I'll get to that when the game mechanics appear, probably. Here's the Portable 2 intro. There are many shots that are shared between them, but it's still unique in its own way. I don't think all of these characters are shown in the Infinity version. By the way, in case you forgot what game series you're playing, it tells you in this one. Eye Patch Samurai Girl is the main character of episode 2. So yeah. Don't forget you're playing Phantasy Star's universe, or whatever. Anyway, I'm sure that last scene is fine and nothing's weird about that. Let's move on to the actual video game. Welcome to Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity. Now, I have a character I prepared in advance, but before we do that, let's go to New Game and talk about the character options a little bit. Also, some loading screens, I don't think this one, but some loading screens may be rather long, but don't worry, it's not a common occurrence. That is because the game needs to load DLC. So, character creation. In this game, these choices matter a lot as for your character's stats and whatnot. So, male or female matters a little bit less, but still does have an impact on the stats. What matters more is the race you choose. So we have humans, creators of all other Girl races. So yeah, humans are responsible for the existence of every other option, by the way. Well-balanced and adept at all styles of combat. At level 10+, they can use a Mirage Blast to summon a monster. What they don't tell you about the humans and the Mirage Blast is that there's the next selection, Newmans, also has Mirage Blast, but humans and Newmans each have one specific one they are able to use. The human one is able to temporarily boost their attack speed. And the Newman one, I think, is like a heal or something? I don't know. Don't remember. It's just not as good. So, when it says well-balanced and adept at all styles of combat, what it actually means here is that humans have the best defensive stats of all the options, and they're like pretty okay at everything else. So in like end game, unless you're going for defense or like specific gimmicks, or you're using that attack speed bonus in specific ways, humans are most of the time probably outclassed by another one of the options in whatever you feel like you want to do. But it's probably also not too big of a problem. And I'm no expert on this, by the way. I've not gotten far enough to consider anything endgame, but I will relay the information that I know. Newman. A new quote-unquote superior race created on New Days. Their high tech and mind gives them an edge with techniques. They can also use Mirage Blasts, as mentioned. So, Newmans, also it's basically space elves, are the best at spell casting. In addition to the tech and mind, which is basically magic attack and magic defense, they have a lot of like MP and MP regeneration, though it's called PP in this game. And this means they also have a pretty good amount of accuracy, which means they're also pretty good with guns. The amount of like PP that they have means that it's really easy for them to use a lot of spells, or techs rather, and like skills, photon arts, etc. rapidly. And if you give one a specific sort of gun, they can do a sweeping laser move that stun locks an entire room of basic enemies infinitely, and it's very silly. However, they also have pretty bad defenses and like melee power, so they're not going to do well on the front lines, generally speaking. Cast. Space robot. Artificial life forms originally created to serve humans. Precision accuracy makes them deadly with ranged weapons. Special ability, usage of a giant SUV weapon system at level 10+. So casts are pretty tanky, but not as tanky as humans. They have pretty good attack power, but not as good attack power as some other options. And they have great accuracy, which means they're the best at using guns most of the time, except for the aforementioned Newman shenanigans. They lack in tech and mind, so they're not very good with techniques. They're not spellcasters. They're the worst spellcasters, in fact. I think they have pretty good PP regeneration, but poor maximum. So that's also something to consider. SUV weapons are like basically just a straightforward super move where a giant weapon of some sort shows up and then you blast the room with it, or you do a support thing with it. It's just like a single move. A lot of the Mirage Blasts are also that, though some of them give buffs and whatnot. So basically it's more or less a Mirage Blast with a different flavor, and like the Mirage Blasts are elemental while these are usually physical. Beast. A race genetically engineered for Motube's harsher climes. Physically strong, they prefer close quarters combat. Nanoblast Giant Beast transformation at level 10. So beasts have terrible accuracy, they're not good with guns. They're not very good with like techniques either. They are the melee option, like the primarily melee option. And a Nanoblast transformation is like a state that lasts for a while and has a different moveset, during which you are invincible and do a lot of damage. There are a bunch of variants on this, but they're sort of like werewolf transformation type stuff, that sort of thing. They go from being like animal aspected people to being people aspected animals for a bit. And also new to Infinity, Doomans. A new race born from humans with a mutated genetic composition. They excel in all forms of combat. Usage of Infinity Blasts based on type at level 10+. Doomans are the space clown danger mode space clown, and you'll see what I mean by that soon enough. Doomans have good attack power, they have good accuracy, they have good tech power. They have the worst defenses in every type out of any of the options. This includes HP, defense, mind, evasion, stamina. They also have terrible PP and PP regeneration. And also, Infinity Blasts, like Nanoblasts, are a temporary state where you have a different moveset, and are pretty powerful, like pretty dang heckin' powerful, but they're the only special ability that doesn't give you any invincibility whatsoever, and also it prevents you from healing while you're doing it. Doomans are the advanced option, if you will. I don't know if they are actually good or can be good, but we'll find out together. Now, I'm not going to actually create a character, but just to show you what else you can do with character creation, there are a number of face options, a number of face modules. Doomans can be skeleton, and also clown, which we will see more of in the future. Eye options, eyebrow options, eyelash options, eye patch options for Doomans only. Only Doomans get eye patches. Various hairstyles, of which there are more in the actual game. Underwear color, skin color, Doomans ranging from like that to an unearthly white, I suppose. Proportion slider. And then also various starting clothing options, though there are more in the game for these as well. And voices, which you can preview like this, or like at a more reasonable pace if you want to. And you can also change the pitch. Lastly, when you create a character, you choose a type, which I need to go over for a bit, and also like you name them. So in Phantasy Star Universe, there are a lot more types than this because the structure of this game is a bit different. In like Phantasy Star Universe, you had like basic Hunter Ranger Force, you leveled them up, and then you could combine them into things like War Techer or Gun Techer, or you could level them up a bunch and get to things like Master Force. And those all had their own unique little things they could do. In this game, stuff is more customizable, and you mix and match like passive abilities that you learn as you level the types up. And you can also very easily customize what weapons you're allowed to use at any given moment. But generally speaking, what a type actually does is, well, you learn abilities as you level it up, and also it defines your stats more. So hunters, close combat, melee type, high attack and defense, good for melee weapons, allegedly good for beginners. They always say melee is good for beginners, and I don't know why. Ranger, high accuracy, ranged weapon use, designed for sniping at a distance, allegedly good for intermediate players. Horse, relies on techniques for attacking and supporting, high tech and mind, good with technique weapons, for advanced players. And Vanguard, which is new to Portable 2 and to Infinity after the other ones. Jack of all trades type, they can employ different combat styles to fill diverse roles. A good fit with lighter weapons. That last part, not necessarily true. Also, they don't have a recommended difficulty for this, but Vanguard is just sort of like a, if you really want to mix and match stuff, it's optimized for that. The other thing that types determine is the level of your like photon arts that you have accessible and how easy it is to learn certain weapons. Well, I'll go over what that means eventually. All that being said, now that I've done an overview of pre-game mechanics, as it were, let's take a look at our actual character. Now, I was trying to figure out what character to play as for this for a bit. So at first I made this human who I planned to make like super defensive. And then I was like, what if I played as a robot and tried guns? But then I was like, what if I tried to make Doomans actually good? And so we have Fortuna, the clown of space. He might be a bit over-leveled for the start of the game, but I'm sure it's fine. Also, my other character, my older character, is over here too. She says howdy. But yes.
Clown.
Here's the clown. She's level 20, which is probably too high for the start of the game, and she has some equipment that's also kind of outrageous, but I'm sure something will catch up to us eventually and destroy this clown, but that's fine. So the reason she's level 20 is because you can also do multi-mode, like solo, so you don't have to jump into the story. But anyway, let's jump into the story. So, as this game is a fan translation, there will be a lot of Japanese voice acting. When there is voice acting, I probably won't be reading the text boxes, and otherwise will either be like reading them or skimming them or whatever. So this requires the viewer to read, unfortunately. So episode 1 is the story of Phantasy Star Portable 2, and episode 2 is the story of Portable 2 Infinity. I have never seen any of episode 2 as of right now, but yeah, you can see who the main characters are of each. So yeah, episode 1. It's been 3 years since mankind defeated the Seed. While the Gural system is still suffering the aftermath of battle, a new danger from the past is looming. Work together with Amelia and battle for the sake of the future. So, the previous games in the Phantasy Star Universe set of games are relevant to the story of this, because the Seed invasion was like a big deal in Phantasy Star Universe, and probably in like Ambitions of the Illuminus and Portable 1 to some degree. But most of the characters from games prior to this don't matter. I'll point out the ones that do when they show up. So you don't really need to know that much going in. They just, like, people fought off space alien parasites. That's basically it. This might be the long loading screen. It's one of these, somewhere. Somewhere there will be a loading screen that takes a while. This first stream of this is going to be a lot of me explaining stuff about the game, which I might have to repeat when more people show up, if more people show up. And that'll be kind of funny. I'll have to summarize it more and more each time. Yeah, this is the long loading screen for sure, probably. Hello, welcome. I was just done saying how this is going to involve a lot of explanations that I will have to repeat. Because I've spent like 16 minutes explaining game mechanics and choices already before we even started. It's a pretty good emote. I don't know that channel, but this looks like Lilibri Pedal Crash to me. Anyway. Oh no, I'm in the way of subtitles. I'll disappear temporarily. Okay, they're summarizing what you need to know in the game itself. Oh, I'm glad the evil is defeated forever. That's good to know.
それから3年後、グラールにはシードとの攻防の傷跡が未だ深く刻まれ、資源枯渇が深刻な問題になっていた。外宇宙への移動を可能とする亜空間航行理論が提唱され、最高の道を外宇宙への大規模な移民計画に求めた。
Right, that's the plot of this game.
三惑星中の企業は結束し、亜空間航行の実現化へ向けて動き出していた。グラールの新しい未来を願って。
We're running out of resources and we need to do interplanetary travel. I'm gonna be in the way of text boxes in general, aren't I? Maybe. We'll find out. So as this is a PSP game, cutscenes often take the form of images. Also, probably like the display of the English text and also like occasionally the translation, I would hazard a guess, will never be like perfect because this is a fan effort. They did a pretty good job from what I've seen though. Also, like, this whole story does exist in official English release, but as this is Infinity, this is still a slightly different script because this is also fan translated, I think. Like, I don't think they just took the script from the official English release, word for word. I wouldn't be able to tell if they did or didn't, but I don't think they did. Anyway, we're at a ruin site, and there's money to be made. Clown mercenary. Clown mercenary with no employer. By the way, this cutscene makes it seem like Mercenary here is probably important, but I don't think he is. I don't think he's ever important. There are occasional FMVs. I'm gonna be in the way of subtitles again. Introducing the main character, a whiny brat. And her shitty dad. Basically. So one of the things I mentioned about this game when I was excited about streaming it before is that a lot of the characters in this game kind of suck, but they all character development into being better people. And that is weirdly rare. Also, she's having a time. It's a weirdly rare thing in video game stories, I find. Anyway, I'm sure everything's fine in here. Well. Meanwhile, spaceclown was just sort of standing around. Are you supposed to know what a relic site is? I don't think this game requires knowledge of previous titles in the Phantasy Star Universe set, which would be Phantasy Star Universe, the expansion, Ambitions of the Illuminous, Portal, and Phantasy Star Portable 1. I don't think the game requires knowledge of this stuff. And from what I remember, all that we really need to know about relic sites, or all that I really know about relic sites, is that they're like mysterious ancient civilization ruins that people are often investigating or plundering, etc., etc. And I don't know if we actually know much about the civilizations that are responsible for them. So, to answer your question in a more succinct way, I don't think you need to. Anyway. The girl is complaining. Yeah, this is a good example of how the text doesn't always quite render as perfectly as it could, but that's no fault of the fan translators or anything. These asterisks are getting cut off, but they're still readable. Welcome to Moral Choices in Gaming! You might think I'm joking, but actually every dialogue box in this game has a correct response, and you have to choose the majority of correct responses to get the best ending. Seriously. You also have to get an S rank on every mission in the story. It's a little bit demanding, but in this case, so we don't really have the opportunity to characterize the danger mode spaceclown Fortuna, because we have to pick certain options. In this case, the correct option is talk to the girl, which gives us +4 friendship points with Amelia here. Great question. You might also wonder why Fortuna stuck around in here instead of leaving through the door when people were evacuating, and I have no idea. That's possibly fair, but like these existed in the setting while the major crisis was invasion of space parasites. This is 3 years after invasion of space parasites, and now we're running out of resources and trying to figure out hyperspace. So these just kind of still exist. And the reason that we're here at the moment is because we're mercenaries looking for work, and these are recently discovered ruins, I think. Also, to be clear, not every single text box has a correct answer, but many of them do. So whenever there is one with a correct answer, I have a list of correct answers, and I will bring it up. Spaceclown has detected danger and is running directly towards it. Welcome to a dialogue box with one option. I forgot they did this. Fortuna! If that's actually pronounced Fortuna, and I never knew this, that'd be really funny. But anyway. This is Amelia. Hello, Amelia.
これからしばらくは一緒だから、よろしくね。
Hooray! Amelia joined the party. First Universe, Spreading Wings, Awakening of an Angel, Episode 1. The title cards are all like this. They're just like this.
やっぱり原生生物がわんさかいる。見逃してくれたりしないよね。ね、直前でこんなこと言うのはなんだけど、私武器は持ってても実は戦闘経験なんてほとんどないの。
Amelia has no fighting experience. I'm sure this will be fine.
だから頑張って。私は応援してあげるから。
And so the actual gameplay begins. Welcome to the PSP. This game runs in 30 FPS. You can make it run in 60, but it causes some bugs, and I don't really feel like it's worth it. This is a sword I'm not supposed to have. But I'm also not... Oh wait, Emilia's level 20. I forgot that they scaled up to you. The enemies probably don't. But anyway. Welcome to Danger Mode Spaceclown. Here's the sword. And here's a basic idea of how combat in this game works. I think the game will tutorialize us as well. But yeah. Basically, you have an action palette over here. And you can assign a number of different weapons or weapon combinations to it. There are weapons that are one-handed and are specifically for the right or left hand, such as this slicer and card combination. And there are weapons that are two-handed, such as this sword. There are various types of weapons. There are melee weapons, there are ranged weapons, there are tech weapons, etc. All weapons have like a different sort of set of attributes. Also, this axe yells when I swing it. I hope that that's funny and not terrible. Anyway. So, combat, well, I'm sure the game will explain a little bit, I think. I'm not exactly a warrior. I hope I can do this. Basic controls for attacking. Press the square button to perform a normal attack. Press the triangle button to use photon arts. Using photon arts consumes photon points or PP. Lock on to a nearby enemy by facing it and pressing the L button. This makes it much easier to hit your target. Begin challenge. Eliminate this shark. As we are very over-leveled... Woo, we did it! That was close! The game will be a little bit easy for a bit. Basic controls, finding items. Press the circle button to pick up items and activate switches. Press and hold the circle button as you approach an item to automatically pick it up. Oh, I forgot about that, actually. That was a saber. Also, I can't stop to explain stuff for too long because the S rank requirement for this is to clear it in 20 minutes. But I can say that you may have noticed... Well, you can't see the palette super well. But you might see like a pulsing red circle behind that, and that I'm doing this. This is because your attacks power up with the correct timing. Different weapons for different enemies, right? Basic controls, the action palette. I guess it's paused during these explanations. But yeah, there's timed hits. And what timed hits do is, well, they do more damage and they restore more PP on a regular melee hit. Also, you can assign different photon arts to your weapons. And that's the triangle button. Your square button is always going to be the same for depending on your weapon class. And then your triangle button is your finishing move. Your square button builds up combos, and the higher the combo, the more damage you do when you break it with the triangle button. For ranged weapons, every shot takes PP instead of like restoring it. and you have you have a basic thing on your square button, and you have charged shot 1 or 2 on your triangle. Each weapon has 2 charge shot options. They're different, and you can charge it to like 2 different levels if you have the right skill. When you equip photon arts to a gun, what that does is not modify your charge attack, but your regular bullet properties. Like it can make them stronger or more accurate or have bigger range or cost less. And with tech weapons, you assign any spells you feel like to square and triangle, but square is still the combo builder and triangle is still the breaker. So you could put any spell as a combo builder or any spell as a combo breaker if you are using a tech weapon. And also all techs cost PP to cast as well. But yes, press and hold the X button to open the action palette. Hold the X button and use the directional buttons to select equipment. Then release the X button to equip your selection. You can use items in the action palette by selecting the item and releasing the button. So yeah, the action palette has 3 wheels on it. There's the weapon wheel, the armor wheel, and the item wheel. You can swap armor to like match enemy elements and defend better, and that might be important later. And also you can assign armor and weapons and items to it freely. And yeah, like you can also build your character in extremely customizable ways, which I mentioned a little bit, but I'll go over more when we get to that part. By then pressing right on the D-pad, you can also select your shield weave armor. To use an item, move the cursor over your chosen item and release the X button. To equip a shield weave, move the cursor over the selection and release the X button. So in addition to the timed hits and all that, Phantasy Star Portable 2 and Portable 2 Infinity added a few... Well, Portable 1 didn't have the chain system, the breaker system. I believe it had the timed hits, but it also didn't have dodge. This game has a dodge in it. It also costs PP. And furthermore, it also didn't have blocking. If you have a 2-handed weapon equipped or a shield in your left hand, you can block. If you time the block perfectly, it is a perfect block and you take no damage. If you perfect block with a shield, it releases an explosion that deals damage and adds to your chain. If you're not perfect blocking, I think it defends against like, I don't know, like 70% of the damage, I think. If you have a shield, that's more. And if you have a certain skill equipped, the bonus goes up by 20%. So if you have that shield, if you have a shield and that skill, a regular block can block 100% of damage. Things get too hot, remember to defend! Yeah, it's gonna explain that. Hold the R button to defend. Defending significantly reduces damage taken from the front. When using one-handed weapons, you must have a shield to defend. You can defend using two-handed weapons unless you're using a rod with the technique taking up the R, square, and R and triangle actions. So what this means is that the two-handed tech weapon, a rod, can equip 4 techs, and if you're holding down the R button when you have like 2 one-handed weapons, it will swap between which weapon you're using. If you have a saber and a gun, if you're not holding the R button, you swing the sword. If you're holding the R button, you shoot the gun, for example. If you're holding a rod, you equip 2 sets of techs, and if you hold R, you see the other one. If you don't equip techs there, you can hold R to block with the rod instead, which has its own utility, of course. Being hit while defending consumes PP. I forgot about that part. If you don't have enough PP, the incoming damage will not be reduced. So that's a regular block. Dodging isn't quite as useful in this game as it could be, I think. I don't know what the iframes are like on it. I think you can improve dodge with a skill as well. Oh, you can also press L to rotate the camera around. Uh-oh, I think we set off some sort of trap. This happens occasionally. That terminal, I bet we can use it to get through. Looks like you're up. Good luck. This is also a utility of the dodge. You can avoid traps with it. Press the circle button while tilting the analog stick to dodge incoming attacks. You are invulnerable for a brief time after dodging, so it can be useful for passing through security fences. Dodging also consumes PP, so use it wisely. Also, if you had a very keen eye, you could have noticed that in that example picture, the level 1 human male character had 200 PP, and you can notice that Fortuna, a level 20 female Dooman, has 190, as an example of how that is one limitation of the spaceclown. Button. Ooh, that did it! So why am I worried? Okay, maybe they are using the official translation. I'm convinced because Amelia said woot. Huh? Is that a key? Doors, fences, and keys. Some doors and security fences require keys. There are several ways to acquire keys. You might find a key by defeating all the creatures or destroying certain objects. In some cases, you might need several keys. If you come across a door you can't open, look for a key. By the way, I should tell you more about how stupid this sword is at some point. So why not right now, I guess? This sword is one of the best swords in the game. Just flat out. Because of a few properties that it has. It won't be for a section of the game, but it probably is for right now, and it will be at end game. So, this sword hits an additional target. Different weapons have different amounts of target lock, or how many things they can hit at once. Which is pretty cool and all. And, yeah, this is a Famitsu Dendo blade. This is a Famitsu sword. This sword, and also, like, I think there's a DLC sword that also does this. This sword unlocks and becomes more powerful after it kills enough enemies. And once it's done that, and you get to a certain point in the game where you can extend a weapon to bring it up to end game, it becomes one of the best swords. Like, it's probably the best sword that I can use right now as well. But yeah, like, it powers up once it kills, I think, like 12 enemies or something like that. And also, like, there will be a period where I don't have the means to extend it and equip it, where it won't be the best sword, probably. But for a while, it will be. Anyway. Amelia's warming up to the spaceclown.
私は軍事会社に登録されてるだけで戦う気とかこれっぽっちもなかったのに。だって言うのにあのおっさん、私が働かないからって無理やり連れ出してこんな危険なレリクスにほっぽって。ああ、なんかだんだん腹が立ってきた。こんなか弱い女の子を一人にするなんてひどいと思わない？
Regardless of your opinion on this situation with what little information you have, the correct answer here is the nerve, which makes sense. Amelia has just said her boss threw her into danger because he thinks she's lazy, which sounds pretty bad. So, the nerve.
やっぱりそうだよね。確かに私も仕事を襟好みして何にもやってなかったけど。 いきなりこれはひどいもんね。
However, he might have a little bit of a point.
どうしたの？そんな微妙そうな顔して。とにかくあんたがいれば無事に帰れるような気もするし、おっさんには後で文句言いまくってやる。シードはもう存在しないからレリクスは安全だとか言い張って。 私の言うこと信じてくれないしさ。そりゃ今まで発見されていたレリクスはシード襲来があった時ばかりに機能を覚醒させていたよ。
Okay, I guess this is a detail about the relic sites that I'd forgotten. They become active, question mark, when something is happening?
でも全部が全部そうだったかっていうとそういうわけじゃなかったんだよね。一説によるとシードの散布する素粒子に反応して起動しているみたい。
Also, because it's Phantasy Star, particles are important. Think about particles. Sometimes they're photons. Maybe.
だけど同時に磁場の乱れも観測されるからどうもそれだけじゃないと思うのよね。
Anyway, this allegedly lazy girl who doesn't want to do work is now muttering to herself about disruptions in magnetic fields and elementary particles, so, you know.
そもそもシードは3年前に一掃されたはずなのにこうしてレリクスは起動してるわけでしょ。レリクス自体が何らかのプログラム管理である以上はトリガーとなるものもそれに準じた。
And then she's trying to feign that she's not actually a super genius. And we have to call her out on it. The correct answer here is, you some kind of expert or something? No, everyone knows about elementary particles. Clearly.
常識だって。傭兵だったら誰だってこれぐらい知ってて当然なの。いい、今の説明は忘れて。どうせ私が何言ったって誰も信じてくれないんだし。
And now the correct answer is, actually, I do believe you. Which is interesting, because I want to hear more. Almost sounds like it would also be good.
信じてくれるの？で、こんなこと話してる場合じゃない。もういいから先に進もう。
And with that interlude over, back into the fray. Gross, what the heck are these things? People also have auto words that they say sometimes. I'm gonna have nightmares about this. I don't think that's it, because it's in red. I think that's the distinction. But sometimes people just say stuff. Oh no, we have to look out for keys. There's a perfect block. That's what that looks like. Also, worth mentioning is that you find discs for photon arts and techniques of varying levels from drops. You don't level them up as you use them like you did in Phantasy Star Universe regular. They are more like the technique discs in Phantasy Star Online. This place looks dicey, it's all yours. And now the funny traps are active. Huh. 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 Welcome back, nice work. It's also worth mentioning, in the menu, you can make yourself say stuff sometimes. On mission start, complete, gaining a level, ally gaining a level, etc., etc. There's a lot of ways to just set auto words. I could make it so that my character randomly yells clown when attacking, for example. Characters will often also point out what works or doesn't work on enemies. For example, that enemy type is resistant to bullets. Maybe I need a clown emote. If you perfect block something, you can also do a just attack out of it. Just attacks are what they call the timed hits. It's also important to note that you can timed hit a photon art. So in order to maximize the damage of your photon arts, you generally want to do like at least one swing first. Also, there are times when you don't necessarily need to do timed hits and can choose to attack slightly faster instead. Ah, I have a glowing circle in the corner. Welcome to Infinity Blast. This is the ability of the Doomans. As I am currently a Vanguard, the moveset for this is I do M. Bison Psycho Crushers, and then also this. Infinity Blasts are very powerful, but you are completely vulnerable during them. You can't heal. Well, you can't use items. You can be healed by outside sources. And as mentioned, they are the only super move that does not give you invincibility.
ずいぶん奥まったところまで来たけど、まだ出口見つかんないの？この周りに見えてるのって全部大型の自律起動兵器だよ。ただでさえこっち見てて怖いのに、もし動き出してきたらって考えると、ねえ、早く行こうよ。
Suddenly, a boss fight.
冗談でしょ？行ったそばから動き始めないでよ。
We can handle this is the correct answer here.
大丈夫？まさかあいつと戦う気？わかったよ。私も覚悟決める。その大丈夫って言葉信じるからね。
This is less a boss fight and more a mini-boss enemy. I'm not gonna die in a place like this. Oh, I won. Look out for the axe! Yeah, a bit over-leveled for this part of the game. Yeah. I'm something of a clown myself. Exactly. Oh. Okay, I had to like wait for a second. So the S rank requirement for that was clear within 20 minutes. It is important to get these S rank. Type points are awarded for mission completion, and are you level up your, well, your type, which in this case is Vanguard. Also, this shows you, this is a good part to talk about how weapons work a little bit. These are all the, whoop, never mind, it closed it. I'll get back to that. I'll get back to that. Don't worry about it, never mind. Just keep in mind that that brief screen showed every weapon type that exists in the game, and that I had B rank in a number of them. It's probably best to explain that when we reach the actual menus for it anyway. This face Amelia is making is pretty funny to me. This is extremely like He-Man meme face, actually. Now that I look at it. Anyway. Only one option, protect Amelia. Anyway, we die. We're dead now. Canonically dead. Rip Danger Clown.
やだ。やだよ。どうして私なんかかばって。起きてよ。起きて。起きてってば。どうしていつもそうなの？みんな私を置いてっちゃうの？私を置いていかないでよ。一人にしないでよ。お願いだから。目を開けてよ。誰か、誰でもいいから助けてよ。
Anyways, that normal? Is that good? Remember when we saw that part in the intro and I was like, don't worry about it? You can worry about it now. Oh, we get the intro here. That's fun. I forgot they put that in the story. Now we get to watch the anime intro again in case you missed it. This is the intro for Portable 2, and Infinity has a separate one. So that was the introduction to the story of this game. We have some questions, and we haven't met most of the cast yet, but still. That's the first impression that the game gives you, I suppose. It is still funny to me that the theme song feels the need to remind you that this is Phantasy Star Universe. Also, they say Phantasy Stars Universe, I think? The intros are great. I love them, like unironically. Episode 1, Chapter 1, Act 1 complete! You did it! Also, you're dead! Don't forget that. You might think I'm kidding, but I'm actually not. Not really. If I remember this correctly. Anyway, it's time for French. Time for a French robot. Also, this freaking guy who's just like sleeping next to holographs of people in bikinis. Holograms. Remember how I said that a bunch of the characters in this game are kind of like terrible people who character development into being less so? That guy is premier terrible person. We'll learn more about him. I don't know the Japanese language, and I don't know about like the Japanese script, so I wonder if like if Chelsea's gratuitous French is actually present, or if this is an official localization choice that was carried over into this fan translation. Since again, I don't know if they just took the original script for this part that was released in English. So, oh wait, no, this does actually have a correct answer. The correct answer is a pleasure to meet you. I don't know why this is a correct answer when the points we're building are like Emilia points and she's not present, but you know, whatever. I can tell vaguely from Chelsea's voice acting that she probably has some sort of speech quirks in Japanese, but I couldn't tell you what they are. I wonder if I can turn up the voice volume a little bit. This dude's quiet. Yeah. Popped collar Hawaiian shirt's pretty good. Ah,
ここはリゾート型コロニー。
just in case I overlap
そのクラット6の中にある
subtitles.
民間軍事会社リトルウィングの事務所なの。
I need to have a button for this.
あなた、社長さんが連れてきたお客さんね。今までずっと寝ていたのよ。ぐっすり、すやすや。寝る子は育つって感じだったね。
Yeah, this space station as a whole is entirely new to Portable 2 and Infinity. Clad 6 wasn't mentioned or didn't exist in previous Phantasy Star Universe games.
よう、気分はどうだ？おお、面白いぐらいわけがわからないって顔してるな。じゃあまあ、軽く説明でもしておくか。俺はクラウチ・ミラー。この軍事会社リトルウィングを取り仕切っているもんだ。
So this is Kraz, and we are in the offices of the mercenary outfit slash security firm Little Wing. Hence the Little Wing logo on all the loading screens.
まあ軍事会社といっても肩書きだけでな。やってることはそこらの便利屋と大して変わらねえ。要人警護とか廃棄プラントの調査とかしょぼいもんばっかりさ。で、この前やったレリクスの調査、そこにもたまたま参加してたってわけだ。
Okay, there are rare occasions where I sort of overlap actual regular text boxes, but not by much. Hey, there's a difference between there's a difference between committing acts of violence like proactively for money and committing acts of defensive violence for money. Clearly.
いろいろあってレリクス内に閉じ込められたバカを救出するっつう任務に切り替わっちまったけどな。
So we were at that relic, or they were at that relic site to scout it out, and presumably Fortuna was there just as an independent mercenary for similar reasons.
その救出されたバカがお前さんだよ。しかも身元の確認も取れないできた。
Also, Fortuna doesn't have an ID card.
しょうがねえから俺が引き取る形で一旦ここまでご招待ってわけよ。
Correct option here is what happened to the girl I was with?
あ、一緒にいたやつだ。あ、ちょうどいいタイミングだな。さっさと入れ。
あのさ、おっさん、今日ぐらい勘弁してよ。
And there she is.
私がどういう状況だったか知ってるでしょ？
知らねえし、興味もねえから勘弁しねえよ。それよりお前、客の前でそんな面するんじゃねえ。
はじめまして。で、どこかで見たような。あんたは生きてる？なんで生きてるの？なんでおっさん？
I wasn't entirely joking about dying.
勝手に人を殺すんじゃねえよ。お前ほんと適当なことしか言わねえな。
っていうかおっさん、生きてるの知ってたんなら教えてよ。でもよかったよかった。私も気を失ってて、気がついてみればここにいたしさ。あそこで起こったことって全部夢だったんだ。よかった。
Amelia, please.
やっぱりお前ら知り合いだったんだな。よーしよーし、狙い通りエミリアも懐いているみたいだし好都合だ。
狙い通り？好都合？
お前さんフリーなんだろ？ちょうどいい。このままうちの会社に入っちまえ。
Something about that delivery of the voice acting was funny to me. Anyway, now we're not freelance anymore. We're being hired to get, like, whether we want to or not.
おっさん急に何言ってんの？
お前とは話してねえよ。黙ってろ。
ぐぐぐ。
うちは確かに小さな会社だが、お前みたいな経験者にはボー
Precisely.
ナスも弾むぜ。
Hey, I get a bonus package though.
今ならいないよりはマシ程度のパートナーもつけてやるよ。
へえ、珍しく太っ腹だね。
何、人事みたいな顔してんだ。
Also, we're being hired as a babysitter. We're popped collar Hawaiian deadbeat dad figure Kraus over here.
どうだ、試験もなしでパートナー付きの仕事だ。割と破格の条件だと思うぜ。
The correct answer here is sign me up. It is not correct to be Cloud from Final Fantasy VII.
よーし、決まりだな。よろしく頼むぜ。実はすでにお前用の部屋も用意してある。おい、エミリア、こいつをマイルームに案内してやれ。パートナーなんだから仲良くな。
ちょっとおっさん、パートナーとか勝手に決めるな。私の意見も聞いてよ。
お前、それはつまり一人で働きたいってことか？
そういうわけじゃ。
偉そうな口は一人で稼げるようになってから叩け。ほら、命令だぞ。じゃあ。
わかったよ。それじゃあ私は先に居住区の入り口に行ってるから。
たっく、返事一つまともにできねえのか、あいつは。
社長さん、怖い顔するからね。もっと優しくしてあげるといいよ。
なんでろくに働きもしねえ社員に優しくしてやんなきゃいけねえんだよ。なあ、お前もそう思わねえか？
The correct answer here is you could cut her a little slack.
なんで関係のないガキをそこまで甘やかさなきゃいけねえんだよ。
Good old Uncle Chump, huh?
まさかエミリアと俺は家族だとでも思ってんのか？はっ、とびきりの冗談だな、そりゃ。勘違いしているようだからあらかじめ言っておくぞ。
God, you're right. I need to add more lines to that.
俺とエミリアは家族でも何でもねえ。ただの上司と部下の関係だ。
This is not entirely true, I don't think.
そんなずれないね。
Yep,
社長さんはあの子の保護者でもあるのに。
exactly.
ツケの代わりにお前ともども押し付けられただけじゃねえかよ。
お店が潰れる直前まで来てくれたの社長さんだけよ。私とエミリア引き取ってくれて感謝感謝ね。
ああ、話が進まねえな。ともかく俺とエミリアは家族なんかじゃねえ。だが書類上俺はエミリアの保護者ということになっちまってるってわけだ。そうでなければろくに働きもしねえうるさいだけのガキなんてとっくに放り出してる。
仕方ないよ。最初は誰でもわからないことだらけよ。
まああいつの過去とかはどうでもいい。正直そんなことに興味はみじんもねえしな。いいか、お前さんの
Hello,
第一の
welcome.
仕事はエ
Welcome
ミ
back.
リアのおもりだ。ただ飯ぐらいじゃなくなる程度に使えるようにしてやってくれ。それでいい。あとは好きにしてくれ。じゃあとは頼んだぜ。
社長さんはああ言うけどエミリアはいい子よ。仲良くしてもらえると私も嬉しい、あの子も嬉しい、 みんな嬉しい。さあさあお客さん、エミリアは居住区の入り口でお待ちよ。レディーを待たせちゃいけないね。
And so, the hub world. Can I adjust the voice volume? Music volume, sound volume. No voice volume. I can lower the music volume by 1. That's kind of funny. Welcome to Hub World. There are some random people around. And also, if anyone has this dialogue bubble above their heads, they have more stuff to say. The developer commentary bubble means they have more things to say. Welcome to Little Wing. The people here are an odd bunch, but they know their stuff. And I'll take that over someone who's all talk. What about you? When push comes to shove, do you have what it takes?
あ？何か聞きたそうな顔してやがるな。エミリアのことか。あいつは常連だった店のママに保護してやってくれって押し付けられたんだよ。店の付け払いがちょっとでかかったからな。断るんならガーディアンズに突き出すとか言われたからよ。
Okay, so the Guardians are a lore point from previous Phantasy Star Universe that might be worth talking about a little bit. I guess you can basically probably describe them as like the police, especially given this sort of sentence here. They're basically the space cops. In Phantasy Star Universe, you play as a character who aspires to be a Guardian in the story mode, and in multiplayer you play as a character who is a Guardian. You are also in the Guardians in Portable 1. And I believe in Ambitions of the Illuminus, the expansion of universe, you were also a Guardian in that story. So Portable 2, I think, is the first instance of you not being a Guardian in this universe.
家出だったか知らないが、ママが言うにゃ、ある日路地裏であいつが倒れていたんで拾ったんだと。
Anyway, Amelia got found by the hostess of a bar in an alley, and then like made Kraz adopt her because his bar tab was too much. So I'm sure there's a functional society happening. Society's functioning to some definition of the word.
世話していたが、名前と年齢以外何も明かさなかったみてえだ。ろくに働きもしねえし愛想も悪い。そのくせ飯はがっつり食いやがる。いい迷惑ったらありゃしねえぜ。追い出したいのは山々なんだが、次の保護者に委任手続きを取らずに追い出すと、俺が社会的なペナルティ食らっちまうからな。こうなったら自分の飯代くらいは稼いでもらわねえとというところでお前さんが来てくれた。とにかくバイトも長続きしねえし、働こうって気力もない。家事能力もねえし、このままだったら一日家でゴロゴロしてるばっかりだ。いつまでもただ飯ぐらいはこっちも困るんでな。ちょっくら使えるようにしてやってくれ。
Anything else to say? No? Okay. Chelsea has things to say though.
リトルウィングのこと詳しく知りたいの？
Okay, I don't think anyone else in the Japanese voice acting said Little Wing in English. So maybe she had gratuitous English in the Japanese voice and script. Considering especially that she's saying Little Wing in like half French here in the text, so.
じゃあ、リトルウィングの親会社であるスカイクラッド社から話すね。
Ah, parent company Skyclad. Forgot about that.
スカイクラッド社というのは惑星パルムに本社を置く大手総合商社。製薬、服飾、化粧品、食品業界、ホテル・リゾート事業が有名だよ。 私たちがいるこのリゾートコロニークラッド6はスカイクラッド第6支社になるのよ。
Right, right. This is a corporate space station.
で、そのスカイクラッド第6支社の事業の一つとして民間軍事会社リトルウィングがあるのよ。
This text box doesn't have a correct choice. Why security contractor?
そこはあんまり気にしないであげてね。いろいろあるのよ、うちのボスにはね。まあここら辺のことはそのうち教えてあげるわよ。それより今はリトルウィングの話ね。入社について厳しい書類審査とかはなし。犯罪歴があっても腕さえあれば OK。
Yeah, I'm definitely, as Chelsea says more, I'm definitely getting the impression that she just, in her Japanese script and voice acting, she just throws in English a lot more than other characters do.
だけどリトルウィングはあまり知られてないから社員も50人そこらしかいないのよ。
And so they decided to make her French, apparently.
でもここにはいろんな人が来るよ。前科を持った人だって腕があれば入れるし、お客さんが海賊だって拒まないね。
A lot more French words than English words sometimes.
他の軍事会社から犯罪者まがいとか叩かれることもあるけど、この会社を頼りにしている客もいるのよ。まだまだ小さい会社だけど頑張って会社大きくするよ。
Chelsea is a bit of a goofball, in case you hadn't picked up on that yet. Anything else to say, Chelsea? No? Okay. So, hub worlds. This is also the multiplayer hub. The Little Wing offices are only story related. We have the cafe, which has some like side quests and a way to trade items with people. Style shop, very important, get fashion. Battle shop, get equipment. Room, get decorating. Characters with this icon are there to give you tutorials, but also some of the random people standing around out here also have things to say as the plot goes on. But first, let me tell you about some video game mechanics a bit more. This shop area allows you to purchase and restock items after you finish a mission. Weapons, armor, and recovery items are all available. If need be, weapon upgrading can be done here too. In addition, if you ever find yourself needing a combat style change, go over to the type counter. You may grant yourself access to new tiers of weapons there, as well as abilities that give you an edge in combat. So what that's about,
お疲れ様です。
this is where you change your job, which you'll probably want to do a lot in order to gain certain passive abilities. Once I get to a certain level in Vanguard, I'm planning to swap to Hunter on this character, for example. You also have Extend type, which is where you just flat out choose what weapons you want to equip. Now, learning how to equip weapons cost Extend points, more for each rank, and different classes have different weapon types that are cheaper for them. Like, as you can see here, it would cost me 100 Extend points for like a spear or knuckles, but it would only cost me 75 for twin sabers or twin daggers. That's sort of what the game meant when it described Vanguard as good with light weapons, but that's really the only impact that that actually has. So, these are all the weapon types in the game. Swords. They're sort of like a middle-of-the-road, multi-target, but pretty fast and effective option. Good for like all sorts of situations, but they don't hit a whole bunch of times, so if you want to make a big chain, swords aren't the best answer for that. Eventually, you probably want to have a weapon that's good for chaining and one that's good for chain breaking, but you might not need to. I don't know. Knuckles, short range, a bunch of hits, pretty decent finishers, and also importantly, it's very easy to guard cancel with them. So if you're really good with Knuckles, you could probably like parry a bunch of stuff. Spears, long range, but like single target. Sort of another all-around weapon, but like a more niche use case. Double sabers hit a bunch because you're swinging the swords all over the place, and they have some very good like mobility photon arts, I think. Axes are the slowest and most damaging weapon, but they also hit twice with every swing and like knock down enemies for free, so they might be like busted good. Twin sabers and regular sabers of their respective sets are sort of like the middle of the road of them as well in terms of like damage and number of hits. Daggers are the faster, more hits option, and claws are the power option. This is the same for twin versions and regular versions, except the regular versions can be paired with a left-hand weapon. Slicers are the melee ranged option, by which I mean they count as like a sword or melee weapon type thing, but they throw blades. They can like cleave through packs of enemies with this throwing blade, but they don't do a ton of damage. They're more of like a utility sort of thing. As far as the guns go, rifles are like the straightforward shooting approach. They have the longest range. They do pretty good damage. Another thing with guns in particular, with some of them, is that you can go into a first-person mode, which does more damage, but also you are in a first-person mode and thus in more danger, and you can't do a lot to react out of it. Shotguns are maybe the strongest ranged weapon because each individual shot of a shotgun can hit the same target. So if you use their charge shots well, they are some of the best chain breakers of the gun options because you can just like roll into someone's face and blast them with a bunch of damage. Longbows are kind of like rifles but for wizards, and by wizards I mean like people with a high tech score or whatever. They're magical rifles basically. Grenade launchers are like a slow and weird projectile that explodes in a big area. Laser cannons do a big piercing line and are also the source of the funny knockdown sweep that I mentioned earlier. Twin handguns are the most like mobile and chain making of the gun options. Handguns are sort of like a utility sidearm for when you have a right-handed other thing. Crossbows are like shotguns but one-handed, so they trade power and stuff for like being able to be paired with a right-handed weapon. Cards are sort of a weird tech gun that does like a couple hits and is more of like a sidearm for forces. Machine guns drain your ammo or PP extremely fast unless you have another funny option, which allows them to spend money instead of PP as ammo, and money becomes trivial, so machine guns eventually become the best chaining mechanism out of the guns, probably, if you have the money to fund it. Also, they have pretty bad accuracy though, I think. R-mags are an automated ranged weapon that goes in your left hand and either has like effects or fires on its own to contribute to chains and also like just sort of be there. Of the casting weapons, rods are the two-handed ones. They can equip 4 spells and they have the highest numbers for doing damage, but they're a bit slower. Wands are 2 spells, right-handed, less damage, a bit faster, and you can strafe while casting with them. Tech mags are left-handed utility casting for if you're using like a saber or something. And shields are, well, they're shields. They block and like explode if you do a perfect block to do more damage. Brief overview of all the weapon types. Customizing abilities. Like I mentioned, as you level up classes, you get access to more abilities. And you have a maximum amount of ability points, which is currently 4 for me. So I have equipped reduced cost of dodging, reduced damage taken a little bit, automatically use a healing item when you're below 50% health. Badge points, effectively. Rebirth, which we cannot do at this level. But what rebirth means is that once you are at least level 50, you can reset your level to 1 in exchange for increasing your maximum stats forever. The higher level you are when you rebirth, the more bonuses you get out of it. There is a set limit to how many bonuses you can get. According to some random thing I saw on a wiki, the optimal path for this is to like rebirth once at level 109, I think, and then rebirth like 4 or 5 times, however many it is, at level 200, which is the maximum, to get all the bonuses. When you rebirth, you get 4 more badge points, and also your level cap for the jobs increases. Your overall level cap might increase. You might not be able to get to 200 right away. I'm not actually sure about that. I think you can. And as mentioned, you get permanent stat bonuses, but you're reset to level 1. Rebirth is particularly important for Doomans because of all of their problems, is my understanding. So there is some mechanics. Over here we have the Shield Weave shop, which sells you armor. As you can see, armor has different elements, so there's elemental resistances to think about, and there's also slots in armor to add units. Units are things such as status increases, or in the case of everyone except Doomans, they have to plug their super move into their armor. So this is one of the subtle advantages of Doomans, I suppose, is they get an extra armor slot because their super move is disconnected from their equipment entirely. It's just innate. Whereas everyone else has to equip stuff. These are the SUV weapons. Busters, Luge, Fausts, and so on. And then we have the Mirages, which are all elemental. Also, these have ridiculous names, and probably descriptions. A large caliber SUV Gatling system that mows down enemies with sweeping fire. That's what you get. That's the sort of things you get if you're a robot. Or you can make a giant cartoon fist that punches people. Or a support that gives you buffs with wings. Oh yeah, Clawed Impact is the funniest one. The Mirage Blasts summon like a creature to do the attack for you. In this case, not only is it called Clawed Impact, it drops a funny springy mushroom guy down that makes like a boing sound and explodes or something like that. I might be misremembering the boing sound, but it definitely is a springy mushroom. How goes Clown Time? A lot of stuff happened. I explained a bunch of mechanics. We got some introductions to the characters and like the framework of the story and so on. It might be worth looking back at it in the future or something. But basically, in the opening, we're in some mysterious relics, which is like an ancient ruin site. We get locked in, we meet Emilia, we die. Emilia activates a super mode where she speaks in a different voice and tells herself that she's not alone. Then we wake up even though we died. We get hired by a mercenary firm or security firm that is led by a deadbeat dad, adoptive father of Emilia, who has a popped collar on his Hawaiian shirt. And also there's a goofy goober of a French robot lady as a secretary. That's an extremely abridged version of what happened, but it might be worth looking at it later on your own time if you wish. Here we also have the weapon shop, which contains weapons, and also you can buy some discs here. The availability of stuff in shops increases as you progress in the story. So this also gives you an example or an idea of like what photon arts are like. Each weapon has multiple different options. You can equip one at a time. In this case, we can only see 2, but there's generally like 4. There's like some you can only find and some you have to exchange special currency for. There's generally like 4 per weapon. Also, there's a lot of weapon naming schemes in the Phantasy Star Universe set of games that also apply to these. Like, all knuckle arts are things like Bogadanga and Bogarampa. All spear arts are things like Dusdagas and Duskad. All axe ones are Angareta, etc. But then other things like sabers are Infinite Storm and Rising Strike, so on and so on. All the rifle bullets are shoot. All of the shotgun ones are Barada. All the longbow ones are so. And so on and so on. Some of these names are really funny to say, like Yak Tauga or Yak Longa. The Long Yak. And also all the machine gun bullets are fevers. Meseta fever is the thing I was talking about, where you can exchange your ammo for money. Shot and shoot are indeed separate categories, because shot is handgun and shoot is rifle. The spells follow the same Phantasy Star naming scheme as usual, except there's a few more different ones. Like Foi, Rafoi, Damfoi, and Foverse are all fire spells. Foverse is, I think, new to Portable 2. It's a spell that people apparently think is really good. It just makes a fireball rotate around you, and this adds to your chains when it hits stuff. Barda, Rebarda, Dambarda, etc., etc. There are two specific spells. Well, really, there's one specific spell that is not available here, called Sazand, which is the most busted technique in the game. It just makes a giant field of electricity that hits multiple times and makes enemies fly into the air. You can use this as a chain breaker or a chain builder, and it's great for either purpose. It also does too much damage for what it looks like. Weapon upgrading. You can also extend weapons up to level 10 normally. Unlike previous games in this series, this cannot fail and only costs money. Once something gets to level 10, you can extend it with an extend code, and this will take it from, say, a B rank to an S rank that requires a higher level, and that will, like, sort of catch it up to the end game weapons. The Famitsu Dendo blade here, as previously mentioned, becomes one of the best swords in the game once it is extended, and also once you kill enough things with it to unlock its true power. It is said it will guide the truly strong to even greater heights. Weapon synthesis. Right, weapon synthesis is if you have multiple weapons of the same type, you can combine them to make the elemental strength of a weapon better, I believe. Change charge shot. As mentioned, like, ranged weapons have multiple types of charge shots. I could spend money to change these cards into having charge shot 2. I don't know what charge shot 2 on cards does. And also, there's also a shared storage system, which contains all of my random nonsense that I've picked up over time. You have 2,000... Also, spicy pizza shield. Don't worry about it. Maybe worry about it. I don't know. Let me... Speaking of things not to worry about, Colonel Sanders statue. Fanta vending machine. So, Phantasy Star Portable 2, maybe Portable 1, was really the time when Phantasy Star as a series started doing random collaborations with both anime and, like, corporations in general. And so there are things like the Colonel Sanders statue. And not only is there a Colonel Sanders statue, you can also recruit Colonel Sanders to join your party and shoot fireballs at your enemies. Colonel Sanders is a force, and he can throw a fireball. Be afraid of him. Fear this man. Oop. Accidentally clicked out the window. Also Cheese-kun, which I think is the Japanese Pizza Hut mascot. Something funny about Portable 2 is that they had a Pizza Hut sponsorship, but when they localized it to English, they made it generic pizza. You can also find a Pizza Hut on your travels in this game. Oh, also Dayrale is here, if you know who that is. Oh, also Mushi King is here. If that's not directly the real name of the Beetle Fight franchise that exists, then it's definitely a deliberate reference to that. I think it is. One of the Beatles' ultimate moves. These are furniture items. I should withdraw some of these so we can look at them when I get to the room. By the way, Miku is also in this game. You can just be Miku if you want. You can get Miku's outfit, you can get Miku's hair, you can get various leak-based weaponry. This is the beauty salon and costume shop. It's pretty self-explanatory. Also, decorations are here. Also, a shrine maiden. Who can bless you, I guess. If you pay more money, you get a better blessing. Let me see if I can go just show you that Miku hair is just here in the game. Here we have the salon where you can pay a variety of costs to change a variety of things. Now, obviously, Danger Mode Spaceclown is perfect as she is. But, oh yeah, Miku's not the only Vocaloid that's just here. I think Rin is the name of this one? I'm not a Vocaloid knower. Not particularly. But I think Miku's hair is just gonna be here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. That's Miku. Simply become Miku. You even get the little headset. You also have interior designs. You can remodel your room entirely to like change the overall theme of it, and you can buy decorations and music discs. There's also my sense devices, which is more stuff that I haven't gone over yet. There's a lot of mechanics to like... Since I've decided I'm explaining how this game functions, I guess there's this whole series is going to be a bit front-loaded with explanations, and hopefully that's okay. Other universe, or other future. It's because old future is a... I don't know how to explain the names necessarily, but sure, let's make my room upbeat and filled with fun. That sounds great. Also, costume shop, which also unlocks more as you go. I find that a lot of the character design and like costume design of this game is strange, so it might be fun to look at it as we go. This is one of the basic outfits you could start with in Phantasy Star Universe Original. The Braves outfit. But there's also a variety of other clothing. There are many forms of shorts. The like whole character outfits are where some of the design principles really exist, I'll say. Like, for example, the complete lack of pants and the complete opening to expose said lack of pants. Clown, that's true.
Clown.
Hello, I'm critiquing fashion right now. This... I don't understand a lot of the clothing design principles. Alleged cheerleading squad set. This is pretty cute though. Pop idol costume. You can be your own Vocaloid instead of Miku if you want. This, as we saw in the character creation process. And this one is also there. The clothes I'm currently wearing might be some sort of crossover clothing, but I have no idea. I just got it from like DLC or something. I like the big bow tie. Now, if you thought that was interesting, let's take a look at robot parts, which I'm allowed to look at despite not being a robot currently. So I find that the robot part design is some of the strangest in Phantasy Star after like PSO. So if, like from Phantasy Star Universe on, for robots, instead of clothing, pant, boot, you get arm, torso, leg. Like some of this is like somewhat reasonable, but other parts of it a little bit less reasonable. They have alternate color versions of it. You want a giant shoulder pad? But just one? How about this? Do you want robot boob windows? Do you want robot tail, I guess? I mean, that's fine. Tails are neat. You could put boosters on your hips. You could have whatever this is. A leg shell designed to boost power output for the legs, it claims. You could have this. You might also notice that the robot clothes don't have clothing, like color options. You'd rather not have any windows on your robot? I have bad news for you about this game's entire design philosophy. There are some robot options that don't have them, but they're few and far between. So the reason that robot clothing, or parts as it were, doesn't have color options is because that's like a part of the robot themselves. They work differently when customized or created than every other type of character. You pick like a main color, a secondary color, and like a tertiary color or skin tone or something, and then it all works based on that and costs more to customize than regular clothes for other people for some reason. Your paint job is attached to your soul. Exactly. That's a great question. We may never know how hamsters work. So, oh wait, this is Mercenary. I know you. You are a kind of important. I was mistaken when I said Vaskir was never important again. He's not very important. He's only a little bit important. Also, he's a good example of I should go and look at the male robot parts because they have a completely different design philosophy from the female ones. Because Phantasy Star Universe and onward is where Phantasy Star really sort of like, there's a, how do I put this? There's an uptick in horniness, I guess, of the designers. As the series progresses, it gets more focused on certain design elements for the female characters. Let's put it that way. This is most noticeable in PSO2 and PSO2 NGS, where there are probably like 7 variants on an accessory that's like a oversized set of breasts, which was localized to balloon bosom, I believe the first version of it was. Yeah, that's basically their design process, Isa. Exactly, exactly. That's what they thought anyway. But I do my best to fight against that, which I guess something I don't really think about that often is how basically all of my like female character designs are in a way gender non-conforming. Just because of the types of clothing I prefer, and also how I tend to fight against games trying to not cover my character much. Anyway, if you want to be a big monster, there are options for that in this game, though it's only temporary, unfortunately. Unless you count a weird mascot suit. Which isn't very good.
どんな奴らがいるのかと思っていたが、ひどい状態ってわけでもなさそうだ。不安だとすれば、取り仕切っているはずのクラウチの仕事への姿勢ぐらいか。何か理由はありそうだが。おっと、そんな詮索は余計だったな。俺たちは雇われの傭兵よろしく、割り当てられた仕事をこなせばいい。一緒に仕事をする機会があるかもしれんが、その時はよろしく頼む。
Bask has more to say, I think. No, he doesn't. Well, they do, but it's not like voiced. Anyway, let me go back to... Whoop, not there. Let me go back to... over here for a second. And let's take a look at what male robot options exist in the world at this time as a point of comparison. Well, here's default male robot for this game. I will admit, pretty cool. Significantly less cool suddenly. What's with your neck, or lack thereof? Anyway, let's get a full actual set equipped here. Where'd your neck go, man? Let's take a look. Yeah, very Paladin vibes for sure. Hrothgar ladies are cool. Rokusho? Oh. I don't know what Rokusho is. I found this funny arm piece, though. A unique, if somewhat impractical design. Good for those with a strong sense of justice, it says. I don't know anything about Metabots, unfortunately. Okay, this is pretty silly. Wait, what's with the armored buns? Okay, I take it back a little bit. The male robot designs are also goofy in some certain ways. We've got butt defense going on here. And yeah, Char and Guild Wars 2 are interesting. I personally have trouble playing as them, and I think part of why is because they're like their large size and their large frame and like their all fours running animation makes them feel like they move really slow because they have to move at the same speed as every other playable character. And then by contrast, like the Asura, because they're so tiny, feel like they zoom around real fast even though they're the same speed, which adds a certain element of fun to them. But Char always feels sluggish because Like, their size doesn't match their speed, I guess. You know, you could also just wear a yukata if you wanted, while having a robot head. Oh, okay. So, male casts, right? They've got World of Warcraft type design philosophies in some ways. By which I mean the shoulders are absurd. Oh, the basic armor is literally called Justice Armor. It has a classy air and pairs well with spears. Yeah, this guy's a jet for sure. This guy can absolutely transform into a flying plane for quicker movement. And for comparison, I might as well show men's clothing for not robots. Here we have this Kirito looking jerk as Mr. Default. And here he has a funny vest now. Interestingly, the default characters in like Portable 2 Infinity are completely different from the defaults in Portable 2. I think Portable 1 and PSU had the same defaults, but Portable 2 had different ones, and then Portable 2 Infinity had more different ones. But yeah, a recurring thing with the male clothing is that I would like to use it on my female character. Like this jacket, for example. That's closer to my style than most of the female options. Alas. It is not to be. Also, there are some clothings that aren't compatible with other ones. Like, some types of pants only work with, like, shirts that aren't, like, very long, I guess. Like this. There are also some clothing pieces that are leg and foot. Sometimes. There's the male Dooman default. There's the male Beast default. It's stately design, according to the game description. Male Newman default. Male Newmans are extremely feminine for a male Phantasy Star character. I guess Phantasy Star doesn't usually make, like, super masculine characters. But the male Newmans are still notably, like, feminine in presentation. Punish jacket. By the way, you might also notice that all of these have different brands and stuff. You keep saying, wow, it's just like a real Monster Hunter, and that's funny to me. A practical hood that's perfect for sports. Does this look perfect? Do we have any sports experts watching? Does this look perfect for sports to anyone? You know, something about, like, the necklaces and the neckline of this makes me think, like, Tidus adjacent. So I feel like this is actually sports flavored because it reminds me of Final Fantasy X. Wait, hold up. We missed something really funny here. Daiga Bigus here, and also Build-A-Bones here. Make your character more muscular when equipped. The beefy arms are part of the outfit. This is funny. This is also an example of a clothing I wouldn't mind on a female character. I do like a scarf. popular for its unique design. Oh, this is also pretty neat. I like the wing motif. Anyway. I've been streaming for almost 2 hours and we haven't done more than like the very intro mission because I've just been explaining and showing off the game. Hopefully that's not a problem. Anyway, what do you have to say?
見ない顔だな。ということは、久々の新入社員か。うん。ようやくクラウチも動いたようだな。
Kuno here is wearing one of the better female character outfits, which contains, depending on how you count them, up to 5 popped collars by the looks of things. So many collars are being popped in this world.
私の名はクノー。リトルウィング所属の者だ。君にとっては先輩となるのだ。
Biblically accurate popped collars.
ここは入社までの経歴を問われない反面、入社後の実績で全てを評価される完全な実力主義の会社だ。腕に自信がないのなら早々に去った方がいい。自信があるのなら好きにするといい。今のは軽い脅しのつもりだったんだが、全く動じていないところを見ると、君は自信がある方なのだろうな。
Pointing out how I didn't flinch is just funny when I remember that my character is a space clown with a tiny top hat and a giant bow tie. Fortuna's incredible poker face.
君が私と敵対しない限り、私は君の味方だ。いつでも話しかけてくれ。
But anyway, Emilia. She's eepy. Apparently. Sorry, Amelia, I had to explain the mechanics.
ちゃっちゃと終わらせて、私は眠りたいんだから、早く来てよね。
Emilia at the start of this game is like a character from one of the later Fire Emblems in terms of personality, in that she has like 1 or 2 defining traits that influence a lot of her dialogue. Can you imagine a Fire Emblem game where a character learned new character traits over time when they weren't like important to the plot? I mean, Emilia is important to the plot. Anyway, character traits. Can't imagine it. Your room tutorial. I don't know what's with the fanfare for that, but okay. These are the private quarters provided to members of Little Wing. The following is a brief explanation of some of the amenities available in your room. Shared storage. Dressing room to change outfits. The Visiphone, which allows you to look at stats and also input 8 character codes that give you the best sword in the game as a joke or a prank. So this is a character creation part I didn't mention because I kind of forgot, but after you put in your name and choose your starting class, you also have to create a Mycenth, which is a tiny robot person of one of the various available versions. You don't get to super customize them, but they're a tiny robot friend. You get to choose what sort of tiny robot friend they are and give them a name as well. I believe Fortuna's tiny robot friend is a nurse robot named Temperance, if I remember correctly. Anyway, the Mycenth can change the music and help you decorate, and also you can take the Mycenth with you on missions and like evolve their form into different ones. In previous Phantasy Star Universe games, instead of a Mycenth, you had a partner machine who started as a little orb and then became like an orb with big arms and then became like a human person who was usually like a tiny anime girl. And you, like a mag in Phantasy Star Online, you gave them stuff to raise their various stats, and then you could use them to craft stuff. This game doesn't have that. You just get a Mycent. There's no crafting or stat raising for them, but they can help you in a fight. Yeah, here we go. This is a good example of the scale of the Mycent as well. You can put them in your party and they're tiny. Speak to your Mycent for details.
基本的な使い方の説明はこんなとこかな。あとは適当に使ってみるといいよ。その間私は休んでるからさ。
Thank you, Amelia.
やば、本当に眠くなってきた。
Amelia is so tired that she just falls asleep in your room immediately. Also, I have one furniture item in my room that I found while messing around outside of story mode that is just a statue of Meow from Phantasy Star Classic. So I just have this cat here. Anyway, this is the room. As you can see, it is currently empty. This is the default room style. There's a little side room over here. This is Temperance. Hello, Temperance. Different types of Mycents have different sort of like equipment and like tendencies for how they act. The idea of a Fire Emblem where they actually focus on like not being one-note characters and becoming their own person would be so incredibly meta. But it'd also be a pretty cool idea for a game in general, I think. Decorations. Wow, me too. The way decorations work is you have like a grid over here that you can place stuff in. You also have like a wall grid for some wall-mounted decorations. This room can't be changed. And then there's also some like desk decorations and stuff. Different room layouts have different like decoratable grids, as it were. So we could also put the Beatles' ultimate move here if we wanted to. And rotate it. And also we could, for example, put Colonel Sanders directly in front of the doorway and then rotate him to face it. So that you're greeted by this every time you enter. Terrifying. Oop. Oh, I can't remodel my room yet because my employee status is pending, apparently. Can I talk to Amelia while she's eepy? If things slow down, I get sleepy. You sure freaking do, kid. Oh, there was a comment in the window. But yeah. Now I'll be jump scared by Colonel Sanders every time I enter my room. Physiphone. You get a log of like stuff you've done as a player. You get a log of the story missions you've seen and your rating on them, which is important. Mission log for various side quests. Creature log detailing all of the creature that you can see, such as that. It's fine, it's normal. Chow exist, and they're terrifying monsters. But let's not... Actually, speaking of terrifying monsters, there's also this creature, which is in-universe something that some certain people think is adorable, and also you can get a giant mascot costume of it. And I don't love it. But let's not spoil all the creatures too much. There's also like a weapon log, costumes, titles that you get for various things. challenge missions that I haven't done. Oh yeah, there's a versus mode. I forgot that existed in this version. But yeah. Can I sit in these chairs? Are they do function. So, I'm gonna take this time to take a break for a second. It's been 2 hours. You can enjoy the peaceful My Room music. And instead of doing this or that, I'm going to mention that one of the many things I've been considering doing, I guess, is an Elden Ring New Game Plus stream playthrough type thing. No. Hold on. So instead of doing this or that, I'm gonna leave these notes that I took about possible Elden Ring New Game Plus build ideas on screen for you to look at. And if you have any thoughts on them, please feel free to share. And in the meantime, I will be right back. And once I get back, maybe we'll actually like play the video game instead of me just talking about it. Not that that's a problem. I'm allowed to talk about the video game. Clearly, no one is objecting to that as of right now. Anyway, be right back. Hey, wait, does the My Room music not loop in this game? That's funny. That's not something I thought was the case. So, on the subject of that dashing and exploding and blocking stuff. That is the Ancient Meteoric Ore Greatsword, I believe. Yeah, that's the name of it. We did pick that up, but I didn't have the stats to use the skill properly. I am attempting to get a GIF of the skill from the wiki. However, it is not working on account of the accursed WebP format, and also this WebP to GIF converter not cooperating. There we go, I think. The furtive WebP, so easily forgotten. Or something. Let's see. So the greatsword in question is a colossal weapon, but also it has this skill, which allows you to do a big old dash forward, stab, explode. It's pretty cool. And also, as far as weapons go, it's surprisingly good at guarding if you're using it with two hands. So it's also basically a shield at the same time. So that option is for if you want a big, cool sword that explodes, basically. Anyway. This is way more awkward without the music. Why did the music stop? Colonel Sanders, explain it to me. I think I just leave at this point.
待って、
Wait!
ここでなら二人で話ができそうだから。
Remember when this happened earlier? There's a lady.
私はミカ。訳あってこの子に宿る意識のみの存在です。
Exceptionally normal. You may also, if you saw the anime opening for Portable 2 Infinity, this is not the only character that is like Mika. There's like a guy wearing a similar outfit with Polnareff hair in Infinity Episode 2 that I don't know anything about, so that's interesting.
この姿も状態もすでに失われた
Speaking of ancient
技
technology,
術によるもの。失われた技術を旧文明のものというのなら、私は旧文明人と
surprise, it's Asians, kind of. Well, ancients isn't exactly an uncommon thing to call people from an ancient civilization in fiction. But yeah. So guess what? We do learn a little bit about where the relics are from, maybe, kind of. We learn about ancient people, at least.
途方もない過去にこの星を生きていた原初の文明を持ちうる人類。それが 私たちでした。
I think prior to this game, the relics just sort of existed and were like surveyed and explored, and nobody really answered what they were about. So maybe they were like, you know, that's kind of a plot point that we could use by this point. I don't know. You're selling what now? Apparently I'm allowed to think that this is someone trying to sell me something? The correct answer here is, Amelia, you there?
疲れていたのでしょうね。今は浅い睡眠状態にあります。心配せずともすぐに目を覚ましますよ。私はエミリアが安らいでいるほんのわずかな時間だけ、この体をお借りしているだけです。この些細な時間で構いません。どうか私の話を聞いてください。
It is also worth noting that if you change the decoration of your room, it does not affect cutscenes that show your room in the background. So if I changed the wallpaper, it would always look like this anyway. This is the canonical room. Canonically, your character doesn't decorate at all.
この時代の背景などはエミリアの記憶から把握させてもらいました。3年前、グラール太陽系を襲った危機、シードの襲来。
Okay, it's funny to have someone who's just got here and like read someone's memories and took notes to be the one to exposit to me about like the backstory parts of the game that are relevant. Or rather, the parts of the backstory that are relevant to the game.
それは私たちの時代にも起こったこと
Oh, and then
なのです。
elaborate upon them. The seed have existed before.
はるか昔、旧文明が栄えていた時代、私たちは突如襲来したシードにより滅亡の危機へと陥りました。
Possible rare example of an ancient civilization that didn't doom itself.
長い長い戦い、私たちはついにシードの元凶であるダークファルスの封印に成功しました。
Dark Falls mentioned.
しかしその頃にはすでに三惑星の大地はシードに汚染されており、回復は不可能な状態でした。そして旧文明人の肉体もまた同じようにシードに汚染されていたのです。このままでは星も人も滅亡するのは時間の問題でした。そこで旧文明人は賭けに出ました。大いなる時を超える復活計画を実行に移したのです。
Project Renaissance.
まずシードに対する強力な浄化をこのグラールすべてに対して行い、三惑星をよみがえらせ、次に新たな人の素体を作り上げ、それを大地に放ちました。
So reboot all the worlds, create humanity, just casually within 2 text boxes.
そして旧文明人は汚染された自らの肉体を捨て、
And then stop existing in the physical realm and ascend.
長い眠りについたのです。
And then take a nap for a really long time. Cool plan, ancients. It's funny how they summarize this very elaborate set of things in 3 text boxes.
そう。新たに作り出した人が高度な文明を築き上げたとき、その体を奪い、復活するときまで。
Anyway, it's actually evil. They created humanity to grow bodies for themselves because their bodies were corrupted. Hooray!
計画は実行に移され、
作り出された人たちは高度な発展を遂げていきました。旧文明人の精神が眠る場所へのつなげてはならない道を開くことができてしまうほどに。もうお分かりだと思います。旧文明人によって生み出された人とはヒューマンのこと。今このグラールは旧文明人の生み出した罠に狙われているのです。突拍子もない話とお思いでしょう。ですがいずれも事実なのです。
Well, every other race that exists in this game, I mean, aside from the ancients, so Newmans, Dumans, beasts, and castes were all created by humans. That is part of the lore and backstory, in case you missed that part. I don't know if that means they're safe from ancient body possession, though. But yeah, humanity created them for various reasons, all of them kind of bad, and then eventually they, like, ended up being... Eventually equality kind of happened. There's actually a major plot point in Phantasy Star Universe about a bunch of castes that believe in caste supremacy for some reason. I'm not saying... When I say for some reason, I'm saying for some reason there is that plot point. That kind of got quietly swept under the rug as the series went on. Because Ethan Weber solved racism or something. Ethan Weber. Because, like, there's one cast in Phantasy Star Universe, Fullian Kurtz, who's, like, the most militant, pro-caste, anti-other races person. And then, like, in the next game, he's just chill and an ally. Like, in the sense of... he is a friend to the characters and supports their cause. So I think they just kind of, like, wanted to forget about that plot point. Or they really did just have Ethan solve racism. I'm not sure. Anyway.
どうかこの忌まわしい計画を阻止するために手を貸していただけないでしょうか。
Some of the ancients, or at least Mika, thinks that this plan is bad and evil and wants to not do it actually.
この子は心を閉ざしきっていて私の声を認識してくれないのです。
Which part's valid? Not doing the evil plan? Probably true. Why do you want to stop the plan? Or I'm not buying it. This is not a decision with a correct answer. Why do you want to stop the plan?
確かに私は旧文明人ですが現代への回帰を望んではいません。私たちは滅ぶべくして滅んだ。世界は次の世代に任せるべきなのです。それにあなたにとってはすでに私の存在は人事ではないのです。
Oh yeah, that was the other thing I thought you might have meant. That makes sense.
なぜ縁のないはずの私とあなたが
By the way, it's not normal that we're seeing Mika.
そしてあのレリクスで自律起動兵器に襲われたのは本当に夢だったのでしょうか。
Remember how I said like 2 hours ago that we died?
あなたは生きているのでしょうか。
So all of that really happened? Or this is all a bad joke, right? Also not a correct answer here. So all of that really happened?
はい。あなたの肉体は自律起動兵器に砕かれ一度は完全なる死を迎えました。
Not only did we die, we got completely obliterated and vaporized from reality, apparently. Completely destroyed.
その時エミリアの強い願いによって発現した私のプログラムがあなたの体を再構築しているのです。
But Amelia's plea apparently activated the ancient's program question mark that allowed her to reconstruct us. There's a lot going on here suddenly. Digital clown.
こうして話している今も。
Anyway, Amelia's woken up from her micro sleep.
そろそろこの子が目を覚まします。詳しくはまたいずれ。
ちょっと寝ちゃったかな。あのさ、なんでこっち見つめてるの？
So, possibly a more reasonable answer here would just be Mika, but the correct answer for some reason is I was watching you sleep. Which I guess is like a hasty deflect that sounds creepier than intended. Yeah, exactly. Amelia doesn't like it either, but apparently that counts as the correct answer. Actually, wait, hold on a second. Well, I mean, I can't. Because I'm pretty sure that the robot racist guy I mentioned, Fulian Kurtz, is just a guy who's standing around like 5 feet from me that I just saw. I think he's just there. Gotta go to the bridge. You can now transport aboard your ship. That's where you get quests. Yeah, this is just Fulian Kurtz. That's just him. What? Is there something odd attached to my face? You've seen me before, you say? How odd? I believe this to be our first meeting. He's just here to be like, oh, you know me from older game? That's funny, because I have no idea who you were. Behold him being extremely polite about being a military commander named Kurtz. And he's just instructing. So says Kurtz. The new driver sign is to indicate that these NPCs have optional, like, explanations of mechanics and tutorializing, but are otherwise unimportant. You can speak to them to learn about things. But I already spent a lot of time explaining everything, so... I imagine this is Fortuna trying to backpedal about the weird comment that she had to make to get the good ending by choosing the other option retroactively.
さっきから私のおでこばっかりジロジロ見てるけど、何かついてる？
Ask about the ancients is the correct answer here. Apparently we're just telling her about it.
そんなわけないじゃん。それならなんで私が気づかないのよ。ああ、もう変な出来事は 私とあんたのレリクス体験記だけで十分。
Emilia, why can't you trust the space clown?
きっとあれもそれも全部夢よ、夢。レリクスでのことを思い出すぐらいなら仕事をした方が100倍マシ。あとそうだ、仕事で思い出した。私のパートナーカード渡しておくね。
Emilia's partner card. She can now be used in various quests. Partner card tutorial. Once you receive a partner card, you can add them to your party. That's basically it. And now it's telling me how to invite them.
これでよしっと。あ、言っとくけど、この会社では私の方が先輩なんだから、きちんと敬うようにね。
The correct answer here is yes, ma'am.
うわ、ダメだ。なんか気持ち悪い。ごめんごめん、今の冗談。今まで通りの感じでお願い。私もその方が話しやすいし。
Actually, with that kind of response to that, and also the I was watching you sleep response, maybe Fortuna is just trying to be a weird jokester, because she is a clown after all. This is just clown behavior. It's normal. Maybe.
それにしても
Emilia, you were
今日は
just
色々
asleep.
なことが一気にありすぎて疲れた。
But also, I understand.
初めての仕事でしょ。いきなり事件に巻き込まれちゃうし、変な夢は見るし。
She's still insisting that was hallucinations.
細かいことはいいや。とにかく私もあんたも無事だったってことが重要だもんね。でさあ、あのと
Oops.
なんて言えばいいのかな。
Accidentally skipped some voice acting.
その、あんたがいなかったら私はきっとレリクスの中にずっと取り残されていたと思う。それに何よりも私の言うこと信じてくれたし。まああれは夢だけどさ。でも夢でも嬉しかったかな。ちょっとあんまりきょとんとしないでよ。言ってる私も恥ずかしいんだから。ダメダメ、ストップ。私の話ばっかりでずるいから、あんたのこともいろいろ教えてよ。なんて言ったって私たちはパートナーなんだからね。
Fortuna is supposed to be the clown here, but actually everybody else is also the clown. Episode 1, First Universe, The End. The end is behind my face.
はい、これで登録完了。これからいつでもミッションカウンターからお仕事できるよ。リトルウィングの一員として頑張ってちょうだいね。
And now we can do random unrelated to the story missions. Open, story, tactical, and trade missions. Story missions are the most important as they enable you to progress through the game. There are times when you do need to complete more random missions in order to progress the story, so that will happen sometimes. I would do like every random mission available, but first of all, I'm a little bit ahead in terms of level, like by a lot actually. And secondly, I've already spent enough time not paying attention to the story, or rather explaining the game mechanics instead of looking at the story. You can look at your next objective in the menu. Also, I can remodel my room now.
社長さんから特別任務があるときは私が連絡するね。
You're not on any particular assignment, so maybe you should try out an open mission or two. But also, we can speak to Amelia again.
いろいろ覚悟は決めてるけど、正直この仕事だけはしたくなかったな。他の仕事ならできるのかって？まあそりゃ今までのバイトとか全部長続きしなかったけどさ。私にも転職ってのがあるはずなんだから見つかるまで待ってほしいよ。
I can relate to Amelia in a few ways. Being tired and also not being able to work conventional jobs successfully. Not that I've tried, I just haven't been able to try. And I wouldn't be able to try. But anyway, this is an optional conversation, but it does still have a correct answer. What do you want to do?
やりたいことか。
I don't know either,
考えた
Amelia.
ことなかったかも。何かをやりたいなんて思ったことないし、だいたい無理やりやらされてたしね。あんた一人部屋だったよね。
There's even more dialogue.
ああ、いきなり一人部屋とかずるいったらありゃしない。
Realizing now how front-loaded this game is with exposition and dialogue and, I guess, me explaining mechanics and stuff.
いい加減私も一人部屋になりたいんだけどな。
She doesn't even get her own room.
一人は一人の苦労があるだろうけど、私みたいにおっさんと一緒とかよりは100倍マシだよ。料理もしない、洗濯もしない、掃除だってやらないから散らかり放題。全部私に押し付けるんだもん。まあこれからどうしようもなくなったら逃げ込む場所ができただけよしとするか。何人事みたいな顔してんの？あんたのとこに決まってるじゃん。私は先輩なんだし、笑顔で迎えてよね。
Amelia just casually being like, at least I can hide in your room when my abusive adoptive parent is being terrible. Great. But wait, there's dialogue with these people too.
早速難題を押し付けられたみたいだな。もちろんお前のパートナーの話だ。どうやって接するつもりだ？海底レリクスでの振る舞いを見るに、あの子は仕事へのモチベーションがない。まずはそれを持たせてやらないとな。何か無理やりにでも構わない。あの子にとっての大きな目的や目標を持たせることができればと思うが。
Something interesting about the random people of Little Wing that are out and about is that it turns out everyone cares about Amelia and wants the best for her, which is at least nice. Though at the same time, a lot of what they're saying is like, she's so unmotivated, she needs motivation, which like can be something that you say for the wrong reasons, depending on the situation.
まるで教師みたいな会話だな。ま、大変だろうが頑張ってくれ。
エミリアの重りを仰せつかったのか。傍から見ればただの厄介払いだな。とはいえエミリアの筋は悪くない。正しい指導を受ければ伸びるはずだ。つまり君次第というわけだな。
I think this is probably also the game telling you that your dialogue choices and how you interact with Amelia is important and you should like try to be a good influence. Because that is important.
まずはあのやる気のなさを解消せねばならないだろうが、なぜそんなに詳しいのかだと？私もかつて一度エミリアの指導を頼まれたことがあるからな。残念ながら一日で彼女がギブアップだ。私としては手加減したスケジュールを組んだつもりだったが、まあ元より私は指導官には向かない。愛想も良くなく口調も固く圧迫的だ。その点君なら大丈夫だろう。たとえ一日だけだったとしても彼女は私の教え子でもあった。絶対に見捨てないでやってくれ。
Anyway, time to redecorate. Oh wait, I have to position Colonel Sanders better because I teleport past him. Also, you have to put all the decorations away before you can remodel for some reason. I guess that's realism in video game. Also, you get kicked out of your room when you remodel it, because they gotta load it again. Anyway, this is what this one looks like. Now this is clown aspected. This is a clown's living quarters, if I've ever seen any. I have to put a cat here. Cat placed. Alright, now I have to align the kernel. Perhaps here? There was one time when I put Colonel Sanders so he would like appear directly in front of me when I entered the room, and I also set the room music to like the suspenseful cutscene music that we heard once. It's like super ominous when it starts up. And I did legitimately jump scare myself by doing so. Because after a certain amount of time, you forget that the kernel exists. Did I place the kernel successfully? Yes. Enough that the automatic walking animation is slightly disrupted. There he is. He's looking at you. Anyway. I may not leave the Colonel Sanders statue in my room, but it's funny for right now. That said, we have to do an open mission. By the way, that's the incorrect buzzer noise of this game. It sounds a little bit silly. My synths count as casts, even though they are like tiny casts. But they do get SUV weapons. So, yeah, no story missions available. Gotta do open missions. However, I can do a higher level one, on account of my level being higher. So maybe there is some merit to doing all of these, though I will still out-level the story significantly. So we can get a little bit of a preview of what a higher level challenge looks like, though I think I will still blitz through it with this stupid sword. Oh yeah, I'm level 21.
あ、いいな。
Yeah, this sword's too good. Also, I am incentivized to use this sword because I need to unseal it by getting kills with it. Also, you get to see the ridiculous things that my sense says, like, this is the power of the heavens. 2,000 sharks, actually. Every variant of... So the way my sense work is there's a lot of, like, base models. They're all numbered. Temperance is GH450. And then in turn, there's GH450 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I think. And you can acquire the non-zero numbers of those models by using the MySynth enough in missions. If you use partner characters enough in missions, they you sort of gain friendship with them in a way, and then they will reward you with items if you do missions with them sometimes. And that is a way to get different models of MySynth. Every single model of MySynth, of which there's like 40 or something, has a different set of ridiculous dialogue lines that they say. I should show the other weapon types that I have a little bit, just to show some examples. Like Slicer and Card, which I sort of have for a weird utility. This is a weird, like, throwing blade. And then Card is an exceptionally weird projectile. What's the charge shot? Oh, the charge shot 1 is the same, but, like, stronger. Axes. They usually don't scream when you swing them, but as you can see, they're very slow. But also they knock things down, like, for free. According to the wiki's, like, how to play as a hunter tips guide, there are people who consider axes to just be flat out the best hunter weapon type. And I think they're fun. So once I get an axe that screams less, I might be using them a lot. This might be Clown with Giant Axe. Like, they hit 2 times per swing, so they're good for chains. They do a lot of damage, so they're good for breaks. And they knock enemies down, so they're good for crowd control. The only real disadvantage of the axe is the slow speed and the fact that it can't hit a group of enemies too effectively. So, like, you do want to have other weapons to cover weaknesses in other situations. Generally, you probably want at least one kind of gun so that you can snipe things, which you do want to do on occasion because there are, like, environmental obstacles or traps or whatever that you can shoot. And I currently don't even have a gun, so I might prank myself by doing that. Also, one of the... Wait, can I... By the way, there's another mechanic. You can set orders for your AI-controlled party to some degree, telling them what sort of attacks to focus on. If you select follow, they will not do chain finishers. One of the main problems people have with using AI characters is that they will break your chains by doing finishers when you don't want them to. If you set them to follow, they attack way less, but they do no longer break chains. So, possibly useful at times. Also, consequently, because of the fact that AI breaks your chains, the my synth that is considered the most useful is there's a series, I don't remember the number, that is like even smaller than usual, and they're like weird, funny little, like, they look like they'd be from a Bomberman game. They're like weird, funny little guys instead of like humanoid characters. And the one that is considered the best probably is the one that only has a wand with healing spells on it and an Armag. So like they heal you, and also they automatically add to your chains without ever being able to break them. And also that one, incidentally, at least in the official localization of Portable 2, spoke entirely in like emoticons. So if we can get to that one, that'll be fun, maybe. Also, rare drops exist, and they make that noise. Scape dolls count as rare. Scape dolls are an item that revives you automatically if you die while holding one. If you spend 3 of your passive skill slots, you can have 2 of them at the same time. Also, you may have noticed that that boss did almost half of my health in damage. Perhaps.
うわ、嫌なとこから連絡だ。
Ah, the comedy theme is here.
はい。本人は今月のツケは払ったとか言ってたんですけど、ちょっと私じゃなんとも。はあ、すみませんけど。じゃあ、そう本人に伝えます。
Who was that for? Is the correct answer.
おっさんだよ。今のは家からの転送通信。おっさんが出ないときは私が出てるんだけど、うちにかかってくる連絡って言ったら、おっさんが通う飲み屋のツケとかの催促ばっかり。正直うんざりするよ。おっさん、私には働けって言うけど、自分は昼間っから酒飲んでばっ
Did
か
I
だし。
mention yet that Kraz sucks? I did, but like, just in case you forgot.
バリバリ働いて
This guy
とは言わない
sucks.
けど、人並みぐらいにはきちんとしてほしいよね。あれでも私の保護者なんだし。まあ、とりあえず事務所までついてきて。おっさんに今の伝えなきゃ。
Anyway, Second Universe, Destroyer in Black, Son of Destruction, Episode 1. I think it says Episode 1 because this is Episode 1 of the story, like, instead of Episode 2, which was added in Infinity, but still. By the way, there's an extensive Space Channel 5 reference baked into the lore of this game.
今日のニュースをピックアップ。着工より2年、先月ついに完成した亜空間発生装置の完成式典がパルムの同盟軍本部で行われました。
The premier news of Phantasy Star Universe is literally just Space Channel 5, but with like a different color and slightly different announcer. To my knowledge, I don't know Space Channel 5 that well, but this is definitely Space Channel 5. Anyway, they made a subspace generator.
式には亜空間理論を確立した総合科学企業インヘルト社の 夏目修代表取締役をはじめ、開発に加わった軍関係者や多くの企業が参加しました。今回披露されたこの装置により亜空間発生実験が成功すれば、有人での亜空間航行計画へと大きく前進することとなります。
By the way, I think the font is basically completely legible and actually saying something. Well, not completely legible, but I think that says like increase construction of Guardians Galaxy, which isn't really coherent English exactly, but it's mostly a legible font that usually spells actual words. Fun fact. I always like to notice that in video games, apparently.
現在グラールが抱える資源枯渇問題に巧妙をもたらすこの研究、絶対に成功してもらいたいものですね。今日のグラールチャンネル5ヘッドラインニュースは
It's literally Channel 5
キャ
even.
スターは春でした。バイバーイ。
I always think it's funny how whenever there's an important news broadcast in a video
ニ
game,
ュースそれで終わりなの？納得いかないよ。
well, Chelsea is underlining my point. Whenever there's an important news broadcast in a video game, it's a really short summary of only one important topic, and then they're like, news is over, bye! It's funny to me. This is not how the news works.
なんでいきなり怒ってるの、チェルシー。
今のニュース、スカイクランド社が出てないねん。亜空間航行の計画にいっぱい出資してるんだよ。うちのいい宣伝になると思ったのに。
Yeah, exactly, now that you mention it. It is exactly like that.
スカイクラッド社はうちの本社じゃん。リトルウィングの宣伝にはならないって。それよりチェルシー、おっさんいる？
ああ、そういえば社長さんが2人に用があるって言ってたね。ニュース見ていてすっかり忘れてたよ。
まあいいけど、奥におっさんいるんだよね。
社長さんのとこ行くならついでにこれもお願いね。
ランジェリースポット、リッチベルベット、ダグオラシティ店。ねえ、このいかがわしい領収書は何？
This freaking guy, he's up to his old shenanigans even more.
じゃ落ちないから自腹だよって伝えてね。
Also, he's getting destroyed for it.
あのエロ親父、ツケの払い忘れだけならず経費の無駄遣いもするか。
はい、文句は奥でね。
ちょっとおっさんって、うわ、酒臭。
よう来たか。
来たかじゃないっての。いつもの飲み屋からまた電話来たんだよ。いい加減ツケを払ってほしいって。それにこれ。
あ？これは資料の経費じゃねえか。どうしてお前が持ってんだ？
こんないかがわしいものが経費で落ちるわけないでしょ。常識で考えろ、常識で。
あ？バカ、分かってねえな。あ、こういう根回しも必要なんだよ。まあいい。それよりも仕事の話だ。喜べ。お前たちにふさわしい仕事を見つけてきてやったぞ。こいつは緊急かつ重要な依頼だ。急ぎ探してほしい奴がいる。
人の捜索？何かの重要参考人とか要人とか？
いや、俺が前に金を貸したやつ。つまるところ借金の取り立てだ。
依頼主おっさんじゃん。そんなの自分で探しに行け。
やがましい。どっかの畳師ぐらいがレリクスでの仕事をポガったからろくな依頼が来ねえんだよ。
それを言われると。
捜索対象者の名はワレリー・ココフ、51歳男性、種族はビーストだ。ワレリーの船はモトゥブのクロウドッグ地方と場所が特定している。シティでもカジノでもなく、とても奴には用事がなさそうな偏僻な場所だ。
場所まで分かってるんならなおさら自分で行けばいいじゃん。
何か言ったかごくつぶし。
なんでもないです。こんな酒臭い場所にいたら飲んでもいないのに酔っちゃう。さあ行こう行こう。
Well then. What do you think, Chelsea?
チェルシーってさ、ほんと仕事が楽しそうだよね。楽そうでいいな。何より外で仕事しなくていいんだもん。私も受付やってたいよ。
Are you ready for some of Chelsea's other character quirks?
そうね。
I think they show up here, maybe. Or maybe they don't, I don't know.
もちろんクレーム対応も笑顔ね。
However, Chelsea's also like, being a receptionist is not easy actually. You have to deal with a whole bunch of people who suck. Chelsea's standing up for the service workers out there.
笑顔か。
困ったお客さんにもスマイル。嫌なことがあってもずっとスマイル。
私はすぐに顔に出ちゃうみたいだからダメだろうな。チェルシーは接客の仕事もやってるからスマイルとか慣れっこだもんね。
But not only is she a receptionist, she's also a
あら
hostess.
心外。私はいつも心からのスマイルしてるよ。
そもそもなんで接客の仕事とうちの受付嬢を兼任してるの？大変でしょそれって。
接客の仕事も好きだし、お金貯めてお店持って前に世話になったママ迎えて恩返ししたいからね。
So Chelsea has 2 jobs, and she allegedly enjoys that, and she also wants to start her own bar and hire someone. She's got character motivations. Surprise, she's not just the receptionist.
好きって言うからにはきっと楽しいんだと思うんだけど。
A surprising amount of depth for the role she plays in the story, honestly.
前にいた店でも飲んで絡む困った客とかもいたじゃん。それに偉そうな客とかさ。
でもそういうお客さんが社会を支えているのよ。どんな仕事をしているかは様々だけど、私たちとは切り離せないものを生み出す人たちね。みんなそれぞれの仕事でプレッシャーや言えない悩みを抱えてる。私はそういう人たちを笑顔にさせたいのよ。また元気に自分の仕事場へ戻れるようにね。働いてるお客さんに感謝。この仕事はね、感謝の気持ち届けられる。笑顔見れると嬉しいのよ。幸せ。
なるほど。チェルシーにとって転職ってやつなのかもね。
うん、自信持ってうなずけるよ。
Okay, we're not quite at the character quirks I was thinking of just yet. But we are hinting at some of them with the fact that she has 2 jobs. 'Cause she also has like 17 college degrees or something, and like training in like a bajillion things. If I remember correctly. Oh, hey. You could actually see up here on this sign here. Right here. If you can see my mouse cursor, which you probably... Well, you can see it if I do this. Right here. These are the funny orbs that are the first forms of the partner machines that turn into the Mycenth. So, gotta locate some guy, I guess. I believe it'll yell at me because I'm not supposed to have the Mycenth in my party. Maybe. No, it'll just kick her out normally. Space travel. You don't get to roam freely around the planets in this one like you do in Universe Regular. But you do go to various planets. Surprise, it's time for Phantasy Star Online music out of nowhere. From Jungle of Episode 2. So, Portable 2 Infinity. Also, they had to design a bunch of one-off space cars to put in the background here. Portable 2, and maybe Portable 2 Infinity specifically, I don't remember. They really like Phantasy Star Online. There are so many references to it. And I, for one, am okay with this. A lot of the best weapons of each class are just straight-up PSO gear. For example. Correct answer here is leave it to me. The correct answer here is let's just finish this mission. I wonder if I should lower the music volume a little bit more, because it feels like the audio balance is still a little bit weird and voices aren't very loud. Meet one of the few returning characters of the cast, who was in Phantasy Star Universe and Phantasy Star Portable 1. There are a few people who come back, and thankfully, they're mostly the characters that are good instead of the ones who are bad. And by mostly, I mean, like, I think literally all of them are good, and the one guy that sucked got made cool. Or something like that. Also, this is a cultural heritage site. Also, we haven't like learned that this guy's a beast yet, necessarily, that you might be able to tell, because he's got like kind of a cat mouth a little bit. But there is a subset of beasts that are very small people. This guy is one of them, and so is his wife, who will show up shortly. Spoilers. You cannot play as a very small beast. I mean, you can make your character short. I don't know if you can make your character that short. And I don't remember if there's any like lore explanation for this, but there are just like small beasts around. It's not something that's really like drawn attention to or anything. It just kind of is. But yeah, this guy is an adult with a wife and not a kid. There's the wife. So yeah, Tonio and Lima, they are married.
私たちはリトルウィングって会社の社員です。一応。私はエミリア。こいつは私のパートナー。あんたたちも人探し?
As much as Amelia like seems to hate work, she's doing pretty good at like work at the moment, just by like talking to people.
俺たちは文化保護地区の見回りを頼まれてここまで来たんだよ。
文化保護地区？
おいおい、そんなことも知らずにここまで来たのか、お前たち。
駆け出しだから仕方ないんです。
Well, she's mostly doing okay.
でも文化保護地区とかある観光地にしては誰もいないってのは不思議だね。船はこんなにいっぱいあるのに。
なるほど、勘はいいみたい
だ。なんだか気配も異様だし、原生生物もやけに凶暴だった。奥で何かが起きてるのは間違いなさそうだよ。
何にせよ、奥に進まなければ見回りも人探しもできねえしな。目的も一致してるようだし、しばらく俺たちと組まないか。
The correct answer here is sounds good.
よし、決まりだな。
とりあえずカーシュ族の村まで行こう。そこに行けば何か手がかりがあるかもしれないからね。村って道はわかるの？カーシュ族は土地を転々と移動するから、はぐれていた仲間がわかるように森に目印を残してるんだよ。カーシュ族にしかわからない文字だけど、あたいはあらかじめ学んできたから、それを元にたどればすぐさ。へえ、どんなのだろう。
And thus they join.
ほら、見て。あれがカーシュ族の目印だよ。へえ、目印ってこんなのなんだ。面白い形してるね。
Begin challenge. So let me lower the music volume by one more. It doesn't sound different. It's also still really weird that there's no voice volume, but... Oh, I also have text set to instant. That explains some things. It's possible that sound effects count as voice, but... Eh. And hey, maybe the audio balance is fine and it's just me. I don't know. Anyway, weird bugs. Oh wait, enemies are already level 18. They do scale up with me to some degree. Sort of. Look at this place. Is this part of Crow Dog? Yeah, there hasn't been much development here. I've never been in a real rainforest before. I never saw the walking animation for when you have a sword. This looks unbalanced, but she's being very careful to not fall over. I didn't realize there were even walking animations with weapons drawn. Anyway, the goal of this quest to get an S rank is to correctly read and interpret all of the markings you find and not fall into any traps. Time doesn't matter in this one, nor number of enemies defeated, which are the most common requirements for a good rank, and also the requirements for like regular missions. It is possible to miss some enemies that are like hiding in a corner or something sometimes. The fire's blocking one of the paths. What now? The Kosh did this so no one can find them. There must be something pointing the way. Find it. Basic controls. Search. While holding the L button, press any of the directional buttons to switch to first-person view. First-person view allows you to fire ranged weapons at angles not possible with regular attacks. First-person view also enables your goggles, allowing you to detect traps and items that would normally be hidden from sight. It is occurring to me right now that the English patch creators presumably had to replace all of these images with ones that were in English, and or edit the images to be in English. They could have taken them from the official release, but also they might have had to make these themselves, which is fun. First-person view enables your goggles, allowing you to detect traps and items that would normally be hidden from sight. Also, there's weird bugs now. So yeah, goggles used to be like an item you had to equip. And also, they used to be probably more useful in previous games in this set, because you could do things like look at a tree and learn that you could kill the tree and get crafting material. But also, there's no crafting in this, so look at the plant. Plant identified. Look at the plant again. These are cache markings. I think I can read them. We do not fear the flame. Fear will consume those who embrace it. That's what it says. And what that means is fear the flame and burn. Head toward the fire? Yeah, what that means is this fire is man-made. What now? So the first trick is that you have to actually walk through the fire. Also, this funny little floating robot box here. This is a tech mag in this game, I believe. Tech mags and ranged mags resembling, at least somewhat, mags from PSO. Mags also being one of the inspirations for Calico over there. Shoutouts to Calico. She's got a wrappy on her head. The path keeps going. This must be the way. Also, speaking of funny creatures, here's a Lapucha. Here's a weird orb owl. Also, if you attempt to activate something you don't have the key for, it conjures a UI element to tell you about the key in advance. I mean, once we get the key, it would still be tracking that we have it. But yeah. Yeah, this sword is already too good. Also, Tonio and Lena are level 27, so they're even more over leveled for this for some reason. The rock's blocking the path. Take a close look. Maybe there's a weak spot. Yeah, this is one of the other uses of goggles. I don't know if they actually hide stuff by doing this that often, but maybe they do. One of the important things to learn about combat in this game and Phantasy Star in general, at least the earlier ones, and by that I mean anything before 2 and New Genesis, is that you don't always need to do your full combo. A lot of stuff, especially in Phantasy Star Online, I suppose, is knowing when to attack in different ways in order to dodge stuff. Like, in this case, there are some times when you might not want to do a timed hit because it's faster to not do a timed hit. It's a little slower to do one. Okay, I guess you can do them pretty fast. And you might also not want to do your full combo, and so on. You also have to know, like, when to... Oh yeah, you can, if you're holding block, you can go into it pretty quickly after an animation. Another break in the trails. Are there any markings nearby? Let's look around, maybe we'll find something. The game will get a lot more difficult at some point, by the way. More cache markings. Let's see what they say. We fear the dark flame. Shun the dark flame. Death, fearless. That's what it says. And so we don't go through the fire this time, because it's spooky now. Do not the spooky fire. Hey, nothing happened. This is the way. Oh, I did mention that this sword can hit an extra target, but I think I didn't mention how many targets. Normally swords hit 5 and this hits 6. I think this also applies to bosses that have multiple targetable spots. Another break in the trail. There's a hidden sign behind the breakable wall, which is just an arrow. More cache markings. Let's see what they say. We fear technology. Shun the hand of man for the believer's death. Surprise, the sign is actually pointing in the incorrect direction. You have to go the other way. It's worn away. I can't make out most of it. I'm pretty sure you go in the opposite direction because it's a technology sign pointing. Also, I don't remember what happens if you mess up. But I'm not allowed to, so... Oh, you can do timed hits with the, with this mode too as well, by the way. Another break in the trail. Any markings? Wait. Also, cool idle pose, Fortuna. You can't go into first person when you're in Infinity Blast, it turns out. I'm too busy being powerful to look at things. I think like one of these is marked and the other ones are false or something. Oh no, there's a thing here. Or rather, okay, maybe they're not marked, but one of them is purple and we've been following purple? I think it's purple, because purple is good in this case. Also, like, process of elimination when there's 2 orange and 1 purple. And you have to pick one route. And there's one that's different, then it makes sense.
Oh, これも目印だな。リーナ、解読頼む。
はいよ。これは。あ、それ。この先の道のりについてだ。え？
By the way, Amelia can also read
今まで
this.
の目印と違ってかなり詳細に書いてあるね。これが最後の目印ってことかな。なるほどなるほど。よかった。割と近い場所にあるみたい。
By the way, remember how Amelia was rambling to herself about, like, particles and, I don't know, something else, magnetic fields? She's doing it again.
なんでって、さっきからリーナが読んでるのを後ろで見てたし。
Yeah, of course I can read the language that I didn't know existed before this hour of the day. I was watching you read it, so I learned the entire language. It's fine.
それにしたって理解早すぎねえか？少なくとも俺はさっぱりだぞ。
Amelia's a turbo genius, it turns out.
そんなことないって。誰だってできるよこのぐらい。ね、あんたも分かったよね。
The correct answer here is, of course I can. You must lie, maybe.
本当にわかるの？
You must
本
clown.
当に読めてるの？あんた。ちょっと正しい道の方向を示してみてよ。全然読めてないじゃん。もうびっくりさせないでよ。
Mandatory clown moment.
ほらほら、こっちだよ。早く行こう。
お前止まれ！バカ、危ねえ！
A mysterious boy appears.
トニオ、あそこだよ。
もらったぜ！
Mirage Blast.
リーナ、
大丈夫？
That's the fire one.
しかし今の。
You might remember this guy from the anime intro.
先へは行かせない。なんだこいつ。これ以上近づかせはしないぞ。村は僕が守る。
なんかすごく勘違いされてない？ひょっとしてあんた歌手族？村で何かがあったってこと？
だとしたらなんだ。許さない。許さないぞ。村はみんなは僕が守るんだ。聞く耳持たねえか。来るぞ。気をつけろ。
Now I have to hit him with the sword. Some of the more rough battles of this game are fighting a human opponent that is the same size as you. Because they do some nonsense most of the time. I don't know what he's doing, though. Well, he's dead now. Vanguard level 5.
手こずらせやがって。
この子がカー種族？私たちと同じように見えるけど。カー種族っていうのは種族じゃない。あたいたちのような文明を持たず原始的な生活をしていた部族なのさ。種族じゃなくて部族ね。さっきのミラージュブラストも今でこそグラール中で知られてるけど、もともとはカー種族が持っていた技術だよ。
And thus they explain why a mechanic didn't exist prior to this game.
近年の研究とともに文明に触れる機会が増えたみたいだし、話は通じるはずなんだけどね。その割には私たちを思いっきり何かと勘違いしてるみたいだったけど、どうしよっかこの子。
The correct answer here is I'm more worried about the village.
あんたも？実は私もカー種族の村のことが気になってて。その子の様子から見てもカー種族の村で何かがあったのは間違いないだろうね。
仕方ねえ、手分けするか。俺たちは一旦こいつを連れて手当てに戻る。お前たちは先に進んで様子を探っておいてくれ。
私たちが先に進むの？それ逆の方が良くない？あんたたちの船に医療ポッドとかこの子を手当てできるような設備ある？ない。一気に戦力半減か。嫌な予感がするな。
そう心配するなって。なるべく早く追いつけるようにこっちも急ぐさ。じゃ頼んだぞ。
And there they go.
なんだかただの人探しだと思ってたのに、どんどん話が大きくなってくね。なるべくなら戦いたくないんだけどな。
Episode 1, Chapter 2, Act 1 complete. And between acts, they give you a chance to take a break, if you want. I'll go ahead and play Act 2. Act 2 returns to a time limit as being the main ranking, which I guess you can tell because there's a timer on screen. Just you and me now, Fortuna. Things get rough, just tell me what to do. You give the orders, I take them. Deal? Oh, they tutorialize the orders. Basic controls, quick orders. As I mentioned, you can press select in story mode and use directional buttons, and so on. Also, here's Sand Rappies from PSO Episode 4. Surprise. By the way, I should probably mention how elements work in this game. You'll notice as I'm targeting enemies that they have various elements, and also weapons and armor also do. The way elements operate is they work in pairs. So ice and fire are both super effective against each other. Similarly, lightning and earth are also super effective against each other, and light and dark are also super effective against each other. And elements also resist themselves. So if an enemy is ice and I hit it with this ice sword, it will take less damage than if it was not ice. Not that it matters right now because this sword is stupid. But with these enemies, for example, if I hit them with lightning, they would take more. If I hit them with earth, they would take less. This also applies to the player character's armor. If an enemy is earth and you have earth armor, you'll take less damage from them. This could be important eventually, because this game does a lot of damage to you later, is my understanding. Oop. I got bonked. I'm doing surprisingly well at perfect blocking things, I'm noticing. Perfect blocking is also like... with shields, I don't think it's any easier, but it's more... blocking in general is more effective, and there's also a passive you can equip that does make perfect blocking easier, I believe. It does seem a little bit generous with certain attacks. And if you can see an attack coming from a far enough distance away, it's not too bad to time it. Anything else in here? Don't think so. Yeah, the time limit that we're shooting for here is... By the way, this is a funny prank they do. I'm pretty sure this is a fake key that kills you. But it summons a mine anyway, and then a giant monster. Okay, so that doesn't knock over large enemies for free, but it does still scream. So who can say if it wasn't a good idea to choose that? Also, for the record, I believe the few weapons that require you to get a certain number of kills, I'm pretty sure you're allowed to unequip them. And also, you don't have to be the one to deal the killing blow of everything. By the way, poison lilies, also from PSO, are here. Their rare variants also exist, as do some new ones. Unfortunately for us, they also take after their later variants by spitting the instant death spell at you. Which I think that can still kill you instantly, but also it mostly does poison now. I'm pretty sure there are enemies that shoot instant death projectiles at you in this game, because it's funny. Okay, this knocks stuff over too. But yeah, it did say, by the way, that Infinity Blast changes based on your character's type. And I don't think I clarified that, but like there's a different Infinity Blast mode depending on if you're a Hunter, Ranger, Force, or Vanguard. So this is the Vanguard one that we just saw again. Poison lilies love to laugh at you and explode. They are very rude. It seems like in this version you can't avoid them exploding. Because in PSO, when you start to kill them, they initiate like a timed countdown mode. Can I knock you over? But yeah, in this one when they die, they just explode, I guess. Doesn't seem like they're possible to knock over. The distinction of slicers counting as melee weapons. Okay, I should probably be using the sword for this actually. Is still important because of some enemies resisting bullets. So they are a ranged melee option in the sense that like that's their damage type. I guess these poison lilies are providing a pretty good example of like how you have to be careful with your combos and stuff too. Like leaping attack that they do, also surprisingly deadly. Rappies in general, surprisingly deadly, considering their variety of funny cartoon sound effects that they can generate at will. Also, Rappies are never allowed to die. When you kill them, they run. This is true in like all modern Phantasy Star. Well, all Phantasy Star starting with PSO at least. Also, sometimes there's a prank like that. Yeah, example of Rappies being dangerous. Thankfully, I have auto heal on low health. As long as I have items, that is. I was meant to keep going that way, I think. Oops. I should probably just have like a regular handgun or something instead of those cards. Many things can be a clown's prop. I'm not really going for thematic clown weaponry. Ow. Oh yeah, this has a special dodge too. Wait. Oh. I didn't realize they were alive. This time limit feels like it's actually cutting it pretty close, unless we're at the end. I think we're at the end. Hurry up, we're almost to the Kosh village. Right, there's a boss fight, probably. Whoa, something tells me that wasn't an earthquake! The shaking's getting closer! Look out! Surprise. I think that thing forgot to, like, load in. So yeah, some enemy types in this game, just a nightmare to deal with. Like this guy. Gonna get rid of the Rappy first though. Yeah, hello. It really is like Goldrum, really. What if Goldrum was invincible from the front? And also just arbitrarily interrupted anything you were trying to do. Maybe Boldrum already arbitrarily interrupts anything you try to do. Boldrum hasn't been in that many Monster Hunters that I've actually played, so... Hey, level 3 Resta. Okay, level 3 is not enough for Resta to be an AoE. Eventually, support spells actually have to get enough levels to be able to spread to other party members. Otherwise, they don't.
この辺りがカーシュ族の村のはずだけど、なんだかすごく焦げ臭い。
Anyway, the village is on fire. You can see the seams in between images sometimes.
ひどい。一体何があったっていうの？あ、ちょっとあそこ見て。
悲願への道はこれで開かれた。貴様たちにもう用はない。いずこへなりとも自由に去るがいい。
Look, a villain, and also that guy we were trying to find.
あいつらどう見てもカーシュ族じゃない。さっきのことは全然雰囲気が違うもの。あの黒服が持ってるのは何？赤いノートみたいな。てかその隣、あいつワレリー国王じゃん。
カーシュ族ではないようだね。貴様たちここで何をしている？
Yeah.
そ
Basically.
れはこっちのセリフ。こんなひどいことして、これ全部あんたたちがやったの？
だとしたらどうする？その脆弱な力で。
I'm sure this guy's normal with lines like
消え
this.
ゆく存在よ。
消えゆく存在って、あんた何言ってんのよ。
自己を理解することもできないか。すべからく愚かしい存在だな。まあいい。どちらにせよ、貴様たちはここでついえるのだ。
Also, not a card user. That was just a tablet.
まずは貴様から消えろ。
何？この力、まさかあなたは？
Normally he uses the sword, but apparently he was just using the Dark Hand from Dark Souls today. I'm trying to use the Life Drain special.
おいどうした。やっと追いついたと思ったら一体どうなってんだこりゃ。
村が燃えてる。誰がこんなことを。あ、
Correct answer. Help Amelia.
エミリアは大丈夫？怪我はそうひどくなさそうだけど。うん、気を失ってはいるけど命に別状はなさそうだね。
おいお前ら待ちやがれ。なんだってんだあいつら。急にハッとしたかと思いきや全員一目散に船で逃げやがった。こんなに文化保護地区を荒らしやがって一人残らず捕まえてやれ。
でも今の人たちなんか変だったよ。声をかけても何も反応がなくてまるで洗脳でもされてるみたいだった。
おいマルリーの船が動いたぞ。お前らきっちり追い立てろ。どうなってんだおいエミリア。
うるさいよ。通信回線なんだからわめかなくても聞こえてるって。
ああ誰だおめえ。
たまたま一緒に行動していたフリーの傭兵だよ。エミリアは今怪我してる。気も失ってるから大きな声出さないで。
怪我しただと。あのバカ。分かった。マルリーがこっちに置くからてめえらとっとと戻ってこい。
Kraz continues to suck.
俺たちはこの状況をどう報告したものか。
さっき逃げ出した人たちを捕まえていろいろ話を聞かなきゃいけないね。
となるとカーシュ族の坊主はそっちに任せちまった方が良さそうだな。一通りの手当てはしておいたからあとは寝かせておけば勝手に起きるはずだ。俺たちはもう少しここの事後調査をしていくからよ。エミリアとカーシュ族の坊主を連れて帰ってやりな。
何かあったら連絡するよ。じゃまたね。
And that's Chapter 2, Act 2. Chapter 2's not over yet, because we got some follow-up to the story to go through. Generally speaking, there's 2 combat or gameplay sections per chapter, I believe. Not counting any open missions that you need to do.
そしてお前はこのままカフェに来い。ちょっとした連絡だ。
The clown must go to the cafe now. And now the game will tell me what the cafe does. There are client requests here. That's it.
よ、来たか。先に一杯始めさせてもらってるぜ。
How's Amelia is the correct answer.
さっき目を覚ましたってチェルシーから通信があったぜ。怪我だって大したことねえのに、その程度で気絶しちまうとか、いちいち大げさなんだよ。でだ、ワレリーの方は俺がとっ捕まえて、取り立てついでにいろいろ話を聞いてみた。めんどくせえから結論だけ話すぜ。ワレリーはクロウドック地方に行ったという記憶がないみたいだ。だが気がついた時にはカーシュ族の村にいて、周りがボーボーと燃え盛っていただとよ。奴とは長い付き合いだ。 嘘はついてねえ。まあ俺としては貸してたもんも回収できたし、それ以上特に言うことはねえよ。足手まといを抱えてた割にはなかなかの仕事っぷりだと思うぜ。まあこれからも頑張ってくれよ。
Client requests are, there's a few NPCs here that give you quests to do and you get some rewards for doing them. For example, defeat certain enemies. Or do certain quests, or stuff like that. That guy looks photoshopped. Yeah, kinda. These are not important, really. The cafe is largely useless. The item trader doesn't even let you trade items that are like higher than B rank with other players. So
なんかおっさんに呼ばれたって聞いたけど、もしかして怒られた？
the correct answer here is, why would he be mad?
いや、なんていうか、私がおっさんに呼ばれる時って大概怒られてたからさ。あとそれとは別にちょっと2人だけで話したいからマイシップまで来てくれないかな。
Anyone else have stuff to say? No. I don't think so.
話したいことってのはさ、カーシュ族の村で起きたことなんだけど、私黒服のやつと戦ったんだよね。
That's right is the correct answer.
だよね。体が勝手に動いた感じ、夢じゃないんだよね。実際に黒服のやつはいて、カーシュ族襲撃事件もあったんだから、全部が全部夢のわけないし。
そうです。夢ではありません。
誰？
ようやく私の存在に気づいてくれたのですね、エミリア。
何？誰？あんた。今私の中から出てきた。
Yeah, at least part of this plot device.
私はミカ。あなたの中に存在する旧文明の民。
頭の中に何か流れ込んでくる。これは
記憶の共有です。私のことは改めて説明するよりもこうして伝えた方が早いと思うので。
Well, that's convenient, Mika. Now that you've explained something to me, the player, you can just catch everyone else up to speed without re-explaining everything else. All you need is the sound effects.
嘘。何これ。こんなことが。
あなたの気持ちはわかります。ですがこれは紛れもない真実なのです。
これ言ってしまえば私たちの抹殺計画ってことでしょ。
Except also Emilia got more information than we did out of this, which is funny.
肉体を器と精神を命と考えるのであれば、 その通りになりますね。
この前あんたが私に言ってきたことは全部本当のことだったんだね。でもそれじゃあのレリクスでのことも夢なんかじゃなくて実際のこと？それじゃあんたは私の代わりに一度死んじゃってる。私のせいであんたは死んじゃったの？
強引な伝達方法ですみません。心の整理がつくまで私は姿を消します。落ち着いたら呼んでください。
全部夢じゃなかった。あんたは私のせいで一度死んだんだ。私がもうちょっと頑張ったり気をつけたりしてればそんなことはなかったのに。あんたの言うことも全然信じなかったし、私ほんとわがままなだけの最低なやつじゃん。
Now that I think about it, it does feel like some elements of this plot do kind of go quickly. Like Emilia's character development is already starting. For some reason, the correct answer here is, so you finally get it, instead of trying to be nicer about it. I think she gets really mad if you say don't worry about it.
痛いほどよくわかった。私のせいで誰かが死ぬとかもう嫌だったのに。
I think if you say don't worry about it, she's probably like, how could you say that? You literally freaking died because of what... supposedly because of me. I wouldn't blame her for that, but still.
私この仕事は向いてないと思うし、戦うのも好きじゃない。
I keep getting distracted by trying to, by observing her hairpiece and how it doesn't make any sense. Presumably there's some sort of magical photon force holding the ring in place, because it's not connected to the center piece in any way. It is just a floating ring.
けど向いてなくても耐えるから、戦い方とかそういうの教えてよ。
Emilia has become serious.
多分まだいろいろと迷惑かけちゃうけど。
And the correct answer here is glad you had a change of heart. You have to be a little bit harsh to Emilia for the correct answers, I feel like.
戦いが苦手なのは変わらないけど、ただ心構えだけでも、それだけでも前を向かないと。それじゃあ早速フリーミッションとかやってみようよ。
Anyway, why don't we do something random so I don't have to think about stuff, or rather so I can complete thinking about stuff. It's funny because this game's solution to,
うじうじ悩んでても仕方ないし、仕事やろう、仕事。
like, anytime you need to wait for a bit or advance time is do something random. Second universe, the end. And now more random missions have appeared. So if you want to do all of them, there's a lot to do. There's also an optional Emilia conversation.
え？おっさんとの関係？ああ、養育保護者ってやつ？別に養子縁組とかはしてないんだ。だから正式に家族ってわけじゃないの。どういうわけか知らないけど、おっさんが自動指導員の資格を持ってたから、それ使ってるわけ。
That's concerning.
自動指導員ってのは養護施設の職員が持ってるやつ。じゃあわからないか。血縁関係のない人はその資格を持ってないと 未成年を養育することができないの。親ではないけど親と同じ保護責任者になるための資格、養育支援費も支給されるんだよ。
Correct answer here is why would Cross be accredited?
私が聞きたいぐらいだってば。昔何やってたのかとかは聞いても教えてくんないしさ。
Why does the worst dad have a legally allowed to be a dad license?
まあとにかくおっさんとはそんだけの関係。向こうも私もただの同居人。感謝はまあしてるけどさ。何かと苦労が絶えないけどちゃんと食べさせてくれるし。おっさんも私を引き取りたかったわけじゃなかったんだし、それだけで十分に恵まれてるんだと思うことにしてる。
Anyone else have stuff? Who are you? Just some guy. Not important enough to get a close-up. Okay, you have things to say.
すまん。一つ聞かせてもらいたい。カーシ族の村が焼き討ちされたというのは
I guess the two people out here, this guy and the lady in the red coat, typically have words to say on events.
そうか。本当か。文化保護地区を燃やす。愚かな。失礼。少し興奮してしまった。だが、それだけの愚かな行いだということも理解してほしい。カーシ族の文化からは学ぶことが多いぞ。フォトンの扱い方や自然との接し方など、俺たちの発想できないことをやってのける。
Photons mentioned.
だというのに、その礎となる彼らの村を焼き払うなど愚の骨頂。文化保護地区を何だと思っている。すまない。つい怒鳴ってしまった。いや何、昔そういう学問を少々かじっていたものでな。そういえばカーシ族の少年を保護したという話も聞いたな。あ、そうか。その少年が目を覚ましたらぜひ俺に取り次いでくれ。頼む。
随分とクラウチに振り回されているようだな。だが出どころが明らかな依頼なだけマシだ。ここには正規には頼めない依頼や安西まがいの依頼なども多数舞い込んでくる。無論違法性が強ければ拒否されるがな。だが依頼が来るというのはすなわち困っている人がいるということになる。たとえ犯罪まがいでも放ってはおけん。依頼に寄せはない。その依頼を完遂することで救われる人がいるのなら私は喜んで引き受けよう。
It's very chaotic good of you, Kuno.
本来私は依頼を襟好みできるような立場ではないのだが、ここではそれも許されているからな。会社とは思えぬ適当さだ。依頼料は格安で依頼内容は問わず、しかし解決するかどうかは不明ときた。ただだからこそ誰にも助けてもらえない人が最後に駆け込む場所にもなる。それでいいのだと私は思う。
I like how these two incidental characters of Vash and Kuno are like never really critical to the plot, but they're interesting in their own right. They've got their own deal going on. They've got plenty to say. Apparently so do Kraz and Chelsea.
なんだよこの水道代は。俺はこんなに水を使った覚えはねえぞ。
Oh dear. It's comedy time.
レディーはお風呂にかかるんだよ。
エミリアのやつか。たかあいつが来てから金が跳ねつけて飛んでいきやがる。
それでも追い出せないあたりは社長さんも優しいわよね。
仕事でヘマした分とか全て弁償してるのは俺だからな。きちんと返してもらうまでは追い出せねえんだよ。リトルウィングに無理やり所属させたのもそのためだ。自分の食いぶちくらい自分で稼いでもらうためにな。
それって愛の無知？
バカ言え。とっとと出て行かせるために決まってんだろ。
Nothing else. But what about you, Chelsea? You going to tell me about your 17 college degrees yet?
エミリアがよく笑うようになってお姉さん嬉しいのよ。
I swear I'm not making up that characterization detail. Probably.
最初からあのぐらい明るいって？まあ確かにテンションは高かったけど笑顔はあんまり見せなかったからね。ママの店に来た時も最初はずーっと部長面だったからお店の手伝いもできなかったのよ。ようやく慣れてきたと思った矢先にお店が潰れて社長さんに預けられることになっちゃったし、そのことについてエミリアは何も反対とかはしなかったけど内心ではかなり混乱してたはずなの。社長さんはあんな感じだから二人の関係良くなかったしね。私実はハラハラだったよ。
I'm realizing how much voice acting this game has in it also. It's like a lot. I'm having vague memories of like maybe the official English release didn't voice act all of these lines. But I can't say whether or not that's actually true. Unless I go check later.
でもそんなエミリアもあなたが来てからちょっとずついい感じに変わってきてるの。少なくとも笑顔が出るようになったわ。
I'm pretty sure that it didn't voice act all those lines because when I was originally thinking I should stream Phantasy Star Portable 2 sometime, like years ago, one of the things I dreaded about it was that I'd have to read Chelsea's dialogue and I'm terrible at pronouncing French words.
これからもあの子のことをよろしくね。ただし変なことして泣かせたりしたら承知しないよ。
There's nothing wrong with French as a language. I'm just terrible at speaking. So, the next objective is to do a random open mission, probably with Emilia. And then there's a little bit more of chapter 2. Ah! I did in fact get jump scared by the Colonel. There's a little bit more of like chapter 2 stuff, and then chapter 3 begins. But that probably seems like a good amount for a first stream of this. Roughly 4 hours is a pretty good stream length to like shoot for. Probably shouldn't stream too much, etc., etc. So yeah, that was Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity. Sort of like a first impression of it. A lot of that was me talking about mechanics, so in future streams we should be able to see a little bit more of the game, maybe. So, I mean, talking about mechanics didn't really take that long, probably. Anyway, I hope people found this to be interesting. And people were, like, fine with a lot of not talking too much because there's a lot of dialogue that I was letting the characters say. most of the time. It's been neat to see. I'm glad to hear that. I'm never sure how interesting things will be, or how much people will like them, or whatever. Curious to see where it goes. I should say that, as far as how much of the story I've seen, the thing that stands out to me is, again, the character development that occurs over the course of it. Like, the characters become more likable people, and that always sticks in my mind, because that's kind of rare for video games in my experience for some reason. Or maybe it sticks in my mind in this case because, like, there's not a huge amount of time that they can spend on that, whereas, like, character development in, say, Final Fantasy XIV is, in a lot of cases, slower paced because there's more time that they can devote to it. Or whatever. But anyway, as far as the story progress goes, I got close to the end of episode 1 and I've never seen episode 2. So, at some point, I won't know what to expect, and that'll be interesting too. But yeah. I'm glad that this was interesting, and I hope that it continues to be interesting. So, thank you all for watching. The next stream will probably be one of the remaining role quest lines in Final Fantasy XIV. And then we will cycle back around to Etrian Odyssey 3 with 5 farmers. And once the Final Fantasy XIV role quests are over, I might start Elden Ring New Game Plus or something like that. I've yet to decide on a build. General interest was expressed in, like, all of the options and also the cool sword, so we'll see how that goes. I don't know if anyone would actually, or I don't know if many people would actually want to watch Elden Ring, because that's a game that, like, a bajillion people are streaming and they have, like, an average of 2 viewers or something. Not that that really matters. What really matters is that I just do what I feel like doing. But anyway, all that rambling aside, Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinity. Next time, Final Fantasy XIV again. And until then, I hope all of you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you at the next stream. Good night, everyone.